Perfect. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Greater Napanee Special Session of Council for March 16th, 2023. I just want to remind everybody that today's meeting is going to be live streamed on the Town of Greater Napanee's YouTube channel. It'll also be able to be viewed afterwards for those that aren't able to watch it this morning. So having said that, I'd like to look for a motion for the adoption of the agenda as presented. Moved by Councillor Pinal, seconded by Councillor Hicks. Is there any comments, questions, or concerns with that? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, items for discussion. The presentation of the amended 2023 draft operating budget, and I believe Nicole, you're up. Thank you and welcome.
Is my mic on?
Yeah, we just
Okay,
yeah, it looks like it's on from here, but and I'll just remind you, Nicole, we gotta kind of speak into it just so everybody can hear. So yeah.
Yep. So I believe John is going to kick off the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
great.
Worship.
Thank you.
Council. I'll start at a high level. Then the way we orchestrate this is Nicole will dive into a little more details and staff will come up and present their specific issues. The numbers may be at a higher level than you may have expected, but feel free to ask any of the details behind some of those numbers, and we're happy to give you those details. We expect this to be a free flow of information between staff and council for the budget. One of the things I would like to mention is that as staff come forward, feel free to ask staff any of the questions that you have. There's no agenda here, so if staff have concerns with budget or the things they want to raise with council, they're free to do that. So basically, slide number 2, as we've gone through the 2023 budget plan, we've noticed realistically that we need to sort of sit back and fully understand where we are, especially when it comes to reserves. We need a more structured analysis around our funding. I think in the past, what we've done is we've sort of realized there have been surpluses as they come forward, but we really haven't planned for surpluses. We haven't really had a structured plan for the contribution to reserves. And I think it's the right time now to start that process. And I think most importantly, it's the right time now to start changing our focus around financial management and really understanding what we do in terms of municipal operations. Next slide. So what we're doing right now is I've asked all the budget managers basically to decrease their operating budgets by 10%. We have limited ability to affect some of the capital stuff, some of the program things, some contracts, and to freeze staffing. As we go through this next couple of months, we will have a service delivery review, which looks at the administration component of what we're doing in 99 Advance. We've looked at some of our IT costs. There's been some opportunities for reductions there. We're going to be looking at some of our memorandum of understanding and contracts we have with other organizations and levels of government. We'll continue with our reduction of assets where possible and sales. And we're going to continue with we're going to look at our financial structure, see if we can't find a better way of demonstrating our financial positions. Some of the assumptions that we made, like I said, we took a first cut at the operating budgets in terms of those budget requests and really pared down a lot of the stuff that we would have liked to have done that we can push off to next year. I think it's an opportunity that staff have really come together and said, what do we really need to do? In some cases, we may have cut it too much, and in which case we will come back to council looking for more funds, but I would rather cut too much than come back than not enough. We have looked at reducing some of our redundant systems. We may have to come back and look at this as downtown Wi-Fi, downtown cameras, and some of the consolidation of IT systems and how can we better work with what we have. And we've also looked at a reduction of scope for bylaw services. So what we need is, and what we're looking for and what we will be doing for the next rest of this year is looking to a structured approach to a funding model, both operations and capital. I think we need to better understand the impacts of our operations on costs, both operations and revenues. I know we brought some revenue adjustments to council, but we're going to be looking at everything. We capture about $1 million worth of self-generated revenue within the municipality. We have to see if we can actually get more of that. Long-term approach to taxation, and that's really around how do we want to build reserves and how do we want to manage costs in the future. Long-term approach to asset management, and that means people management as well, looking at our structure and see if there's better ways of doing that. And then probably most important is an understanding of service standards and what the costs associated with each one of those are. So that's really the high level, what we're doing. We'll get through the 2023 budget. We've already started to look at what we're doing for the rest of this year in terms of resource management and getting better at resource management within the municipality. And looking at what we can do in the short, medium, and long terms around really building a model for funding. And then we'll have discussions with council in terms of how we consult with council and how we report back to council on a regular basis so we can operate in an open and transparent manner and council can really understand where we are financially. So that's what I have, and I'll hand it over to Nicole.
Thank you. So for budget highlights, we are coming in with some assumptions that John has previously mentioned. And we're looking at a suggested tax adjustment of 5.7% based on assumptions that we have made in this presentation. We are putting a pause on capital spending, limited investments in buildings. So the focus would be on the SPC, North Fred, and Town Hall. Restructuring of the funding of solid waste and focusing our efforts on budget 2024 preparations. So making this a full year all the time. We are constantly looking at our budgets, not just at budget time.
Yep. Questions? We can do questions now, or did you want to wait till we have a pause or when Nicole? Do you have a question? We can do that. I just don't want to break up the flow of what Nicole's doing as well either, Dave. So.
Okay, just have a question on this page. That's all, or we can come back.
Nope,
to it.
that's fine. If you got a question on this part of the page, we can do that now then.
Okay. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Nicole, the 5.7, is that the combination of both operating and capital, or is this just operating that we're talking about today?
So this is just operating, but right now we are forecasting pausing capital spending. And I'll get into it in some of our future slides. So essentially the only capital spending we would be doing is based off grant money that we get for infrastructure. And then there's a small portion that we would take from reserves for things that we can't go without.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you need a pen?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Dave. Thanks. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. So the next slides highlights the town reserves. So we have 2021 based off audited statements, and then we have projected 2022 ending balances as we are working through 2022 year end. And then we have put in a 2023 forecasted balance. Based on this, most of the reserves are staying put. We are trying to maintain the reserve balances that we currently have. You will see that our working capital is decreasing, and that would be used to do any mandatory capital work that we would have to do in 2023. There are two new reserves that we have set up and are tracking. So one is for the proceeds of sale from industrial lands and the proceeds of sale for other land. So the amounts that are in the industrial land line, those are actual proceeds that we currently have on the books. And the other lands is projections based on what we expect we are going to be able to dispose of. And that's also taking out some future debt payments in there as well.
Yeah, just we've got a break. Go ahead, Brian.
Through your worship, the police services board, we don't have a police services board anymore. There's a line item there for 90,000.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, that money is sitting in reserves. It is likely that we will have to repay that money. So that's why it is sitting there untouched.
Okay. My other question was the elections. 93, and then projected for 2023 is 21,193.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what we do is we do an allocation to reserves every year in the amount of $20,000 to build that reserve up. So when the election year comes, we draw from that to cover the cost of the elections.
And do I understand this right? The physical recruitment.
So at the end of 2023, the monies that we have in that reserve essentially are depleted based on current contracts that we have.
Yep, thanks. Is there any other questions with respect to this page anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
As you well know, I don't want to jump the gun, but we better put some money in that physician recruitment because of what might be coming down the pipe.
Very much so. So that's something we can look at as we go forward, I think.
There's a very high probability that we'll have a new one coming in, a new doctor. I don't want to jump the gun on it, but so there's going to be some money that's going to have to be allocated to that line item.
Thanks, Mike. Is there any other questions? Seeing none, go ahead, Nicole.
So the next slide, the top line here represents the total from the previous slide. And then we also have a total here for the utilities reserve funds that we also maintain. Then we have total discretionary reserves. So essentially that is just the total of town reserves and utility reserves that we currently have on the books. Under obligatory reserves, so this represents development charges and impost fees, which are essentially related to growth and can only be used for purposes of growth. So our total reserve and reserve fund balances are then depicted on the bottom line of this slide. For assumptions for DC and impost, we have put in an assumption of $1 million that we would collect in 2023, just based off historical trends.
Any questions there? Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I just like to have it explained, just so everybody that's viewing also can understand this, because the line item beforehand through operational, the town reserves, we were down to 3.9. Utilities reserves is separate because of, I understand that, but explain the total discretionary reserves, because for somebody that is totally doesn't understand that would say, well, geez, could you explain that just a little bit?
Yeah, so the total discretionary, essentially, it's just based on the wishes of council, how we want to spend that money. The obligatory reserves, they're earmarked for specific funds and can only be used as so. So that it's just at our disposal, essentially. We can make use of those funds based on council's directions.
So just so I understand, so development bylaw, the development bylaws or bylaw charge, now impost fees for utilities, that'd be in utilities.
Correct.
But for the development bylaw that people pay, then a certain percentage goes to fire and all the other different agencies. That's the discretionary funds.
Yes. No, that is in obligatory. So that's development charges.
Okay.
So the obligatory is development and impost. So within development charges, there is a fee for fire. There is a fee for infrastructure growth. There's multiple development charges that are lumped in there.
If I may, Councillor Shank, the easiest way to think of this is growth pays for growth, right? So as your development charges come in, when you can demonstrate that you grow, and there's rules around it that Mr. Nobes would know, that you have to meet certain parameters to enable to spend that for growth. So if you get to a certain point where you need a new fire hall and it's based on growth, you can use some of those development charges. If not, what you're doing is you're protecting your current residents from having to foot the bill for development.
I'm just trying to, it might sound like it really like out to left. I'm just trying to get it clear in my head also, is that the slide beforehand has the town reserves and it shows exactly what it comes to. And you're down to you're down just at the end of this year, supposed to be $4 million. All right. Then you have total utilities reserves, which I totally understand. But discretionary reserves, is that the old hydro reserves, all the other reserves that we had for the Napanee PUC that was sold? Is that all that items? I just don't understand how that.
So total discretionary is the sum of the total town reserves and the total utility reserves.
Okay.
Within the total utility reserves, that is the sale of PUC.
I
That
understand.
is capital maintenance and equipment and their emergency reserve.
There we go.
Yep.
Thank you. I understand it now.
Yeah, no, and it's good.
The bell just went off.
It's good to bring it up, Mike,
Yep.
because like I say, with the obligatory reserves, again, they're very specific as to what we can, and it's legislated by legislation as to what we can use that stuff for. So it is kind of complicated, but I think it's been explained very well.
Yep.
So thanks,
Explained
Ross.
really well.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nicole.
So now we're going to look at overall revenues. So we are looking at 2022 to 2023 budget. So under fees and charges, we are using an assumption which we will explain later on in the presentation. And this is using an assumption for solid waste based on option B, which will be explained later. So when we look at this, so we have decreased our taxation interest and supplementary budgeted revenue to be more in line with what's realistic. So we have dropped that down. PIL revenues are staying relatively status quo. Fees and charges have increased a bit here to account for what we have made assumptions for solid. Grant money is relatively streamlined, the same as last year, with the reduction in COVID safe restart funding that dried up. Recoveries from other municipalities. This is money that we receive from the county level for maintenance of their county roads. And this is a direct offset to roads expenditures through Public Works. Transfer to capital. So this is money that we receive for infrastructure funding and gas tax, which we move over to fund our capital maintenance programs. Transfers from reserves. So this is reduced. So this right now is covering the transfer in for physician recruitment based on contracts for this year, as well as a historical $250,000, which comes from operating surplus. And then we have earmarked $200,000 for growth, and this is based off estimates provided from MPAC.
Any questions with respect to that slide?
Yep,
go ahead, Mike.
So I don't want to, might as well ask the questions here
Yep.
now. So we get $1,031,000 to look after the county roads. Now, is that revenue neutral? Is that, I'm sorry, is that, I don't know, Jeff's or Pete's? All I'm saying is we're looking after a lot of kilometers of county roads. So this is what it costs to look after those roads, and the county's paying us to look after those county roads. Is it revenue neutral, or is it costing the municipality more money to look after those roads that are there?
And I think Jeff can shed some light on that. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thanks, Mike. To you, your mayor. Yeah, so this is a formula based. It's so much per kilometer. We maintain 160 kilometers roughly of county roads. We track every effort that the town does is tracked through a separate coded GL, and we track it all year. The payment works out that if we come in within like 90% of that 1 million, there's no transfer of cash back and forth, up to 110%. It's at 90 to 110%. But yes, everything is tracked. Every hour we spend on a county road, putting effort towards ditching, mowing, snow plowing, any county materials that go on that road, they're all captured, and that's what makes up the 1 million. Any extra work we may do, like that would be outside of the maintenance agreement, it's also tracked, and we can bill it back as an extra. So like last year, we did some grubbing on some county road projects, some extra shouldering, extra cross culvert replacements and stuff. I think we maybe generated $200,000. That's extra over and above the performance measures, what this is called.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Nicole.
So this next slide just breaks down revenues, fees, and charges a little bit at little bit lower level. So you'll see an increase in bank and investment interest. Interest rates have gone up, so we would expect to see an increase in our investment interest. We have reduced revenues around fees and charges in the clerk's office, and that is mostly a reduction based on the change in budget for adoption and boarding fees. Corporate services has declined as well. their revenue is mostly made up of admissions and donations. And this has been a reduction of some youth programs and the reduction of minor ball registrations. Parks has stayed pretty status quo. Facilities, it has increased slightly, which is just incremental increases. Fire, we have taken a more conservative approach with these revenues, as most of these are based off cost recovery. So there is a relative uncertainty around how much we get. And it's mostly around MTO cost recoveries that we get for calls out to the 401. Development services has an increase based on forecasted permits and application revenues. And we have an increase here in solid waste. And again, this is using the assumption that we will outline in funding option B when we get to the solid waste section. Any questions on the fees and charges?
Go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, through your worship. Nicole, you jumped over the protective services.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Protective services, that's essentially just cost recovery money that comes in as well. Very incremental change there.
Thank you.
Yep, Councilor Shank.
Now, I mentioned this at the budget meeting beforehand. Now, this is maybe the tightness coming out in me, but when the 4 installments the taxpayers pay, and of course we have a large cash outlay or a lot of the large amounts that are in the bank at that time. I understand 43% goes to the county automatically, but the rest, can we not take a portion of that and put it the highest interest, secured interest reserve or whatever with the bank and see what they will give us just to get as much back as we can rather than it just sitting in the bank? I know you're extremely busy that way, but if I'm sitting on $2 or $3 million in the bank, I want to make sure that it's making me some money also.
And I think Mr. Pinson wants to.
I think one of the things we're trying to get at, Councillor Shank, through your worship, is we need to be able to plan what we're going to have free, right? So if we go from year to year and we're not quite sure what surpluses are, we've burned through $8 million in capital money over the last couple of years. The idea is if we have a solid plan in terms of what our cash needs are, then we can start putting money away and be able to lock it in for a longer term and getting better returns. So that's part of the work. When I say a structured process around funding, part of that is get the maximum from investments.
That's excellent. But for this year, right now, let's say for the next 30 days and you're sitting on, let's say $6 million in the bank. All right. Well, for 30 days, if I can invest, you're going to burn through what your payroll is and what your costs, and you have a basic idea what your expenditures are going to be for that month. I put $4 million in for that month. That's rather than at the end of the 30 days, I still with the 4 million. If I put it into an interest thing and flip it over into a high interest reserve for 30 days, well, now all of a sudden I've got more money than if I left it in this. That's all I'm saying is in the meantime, Nicole, you're the bean counter. You're a lot smarter at numbers than I am. So,
No,
I just feel that, do whatever you can to make as much as we can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is that at the discretion, that's what I would do,
And I think those are what the intentions are. I'm hoping, at least what I'm reading, what I'm hearing, that's what the intentions are. Whether we can do it next week or next month will be, all right. We'll have to sort of sort that out. But what I'm seeing or sensing from this is that, we've got to do a better job with our money as opposed to just putting it in a shoebox and sticking underneath the bed, right? So I think we've kind of all come to that conclusion. But and you brought up a very good point about, can we or have we got the ability to look at it sooner than later, right?
Yes. That's all.
Yeah. Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, once we better understand our cash flow needs, the rises and falls, then I believe we'd be in a position to start making some of those fast investments with quick turnaround times where we're not locked in.
Yeah.
At this current moment, we are not in a position where we can do that freely.
All right.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead, Nicole.
So this next slide breaks down our revenues based on the grants that we received. So I spoke to this earlier, but our main sources of grant revenue that we get, so we get $1.6 million from Ontario Municipal Partnerships. And this is a rural area subsidy grant that we get. And we use this money to help subsidize all businesses across the town and lower our tax base. There's some small grants in here that I won't really speak to. There's a source and an explanation off to the side. Our OCIF funding, so this is infrastructure funding, and our gas tax funding, this currently is being transferred to capital to cover our roads capital needs. And we will use that for our 2023 budget, capital budget.
Any questions with respect to that slide? Seeing none, go ahead, Nicole.
So the next slide represents staff costs broken down by department. So overall, we are seeing a 2.3% increase in staff costs. And this is in line with increases based on inflation, which is within our contractual agreements. There is some movement between the different departments as we have began to start to restructure and redistribute salaries. And I'll just go through some of the major changes within this slide. You can see that there's a decrease of 16% within the executive office. This is essentially due to redistribution of salaries and staff amongst different departments. Legislative services, community and corporate services, cemeteries and facilities. Again, there was some redistribution that was happening there. Fire has a very incremental increase. And as you know, we have had changeover there in staff. Growth and expansion, there was also some redistribution that was happening there. Public Works has an increase, a much larger increase than other areas. This is making up for positions that were not included in the original 2022 budget, as well as within this number, there is no allocation to capital. So any work that would be done on capital roads would come out of this number.
Any questions with respect to this slide? And I think we'll have a few. So Deputy Mayor Calver, then Councillor Nori and Councillor Pennell.
Through your worship. So obviously we've cut some positions and stuff and come up with some of these changes. Are we going to be bringing in people to replace those ones that are gone, or are we just eliminating those positions altogether?
If I may, through your worship, the deputy mayor, what we're looking at right now is we've pretty much frozen staffing. So as people are leaving, we're not immediately replacing them. We're going to do the same thing with people as we do with vehicles. We're going to take a long-term look and see where we can potentially become a little bit more efficient now that we're in one building. We do have a service delivery review and a bunch of other things happening. So I would expect the numbers to change downward and not upward over the next little while until we come back with a fuller view in terms of what the structure looks like in the long term.
Yeah, that's just with my concern. I mean, it's great that we're shrinking a little bit, but now in the next month we'll go back up.
No, that's not the intent at all. It's to be able to make informed decisions around where staffing is most important in understanding where we need to grow as a municipality.
Go ahead, Brian. Or do you have more? Or?
No, that's all I have for that page.
Okay, Councillor Nori.
Through your worship, just curious, 8% council. Last year, we were told we're the lowest paid. We turned on would have been a $50,000 increase for taxes this year to stay the lowest to help the public. Why is it 8%? I can't figure the math out, sorry.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So what this also incorporates is payroll, the portion of payroll taxes and WSIB costs. So the incremental cost to council has not increased 8%, but payroll related costs have increased. So that's and because it is such a small budget figure, it makes it look like it's such a larger percentage than relative to everything else.
Thank you.
Yeah. And there's probably no flexibility with that whatsoever then.
No.
Okay. Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, worship. Through you, Nicole, could you please explain to me again the public works? You mentioned that it wasn't captured in the 2022 budget, and so where was it if it wasn't in the 2022? And
so through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe, and I don't have all the information on this, but once budget was passed, I believe it was related to students. There were students that were missed in the budget.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
So and Peter might even be able to chime in on this. I've only been with this department and looking after this budget for the last year. But what I believe happened, as Nicole mentioned before, we allocate all in one bucket for all of our staff that we're going to pay on an annual basis. And then through what Public Works has started to do over the past few years, especially our surface treatment program, we our staff that we pay, regular staff, will work on a surface treated road reconstruction project. That staff time gets budgeted and paid for through that capital GL account. What I believe happened last year is possibly we do a transfer from operating to capital, and then that gets paid through a capital account, which in turn lowers our operating budget. And when it was budgeted for through operations last year, we didn't take those two numbers, combine them back together, and put enough money into operating to pay all of our staff. So what this is all of the money to pay all of Public Works staff is through here. As we pick up capital projects and complete them, they'll be paid for through the capital project, if that makes any sense. It's hard to articulate it, but this is the true cost. What this is just we have 23 employees with Public Works. This is their annual salary, wages, all budgeted through here, plus overtime, average based on a 5-year average of overtime. It's budgeted in here. And then anytime we do any work on a capital project or anything else, it will be paid for and capitalized through that project.
Yep, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Was that good, Dave, or any follow up or no? No?
I gotta think about it for a bit.
Okay. We can always capture it later if we need to anyway. So is any other questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, through your worship. So just to clarify, because council did vote, they didn't want to raise, no raise council. So that 8% is strictly just your.
Yes,
So it's not.
it's related to payroll cost expenses. Council's salaries have stayed where they were.
Perfect.
There's been no increase.
Councillor Shank, go ahead.
So just Nicole, the 8.4, $8.5 million, is that including OMERS,
Yes, that's all payroll benefits in.
WSIB, CPP, everything else?
Yep.
So I subtract 31% of the $8.5 million, and that's what basically what the staff salary is,
Roughly, yeah.
and minus the receiver general portion. Okay, I just wanted to make sure if that was plus 31%.
No, this is all payroll costs all in.
I'm happy. Well, I'm not, I'm never happy, but all I'm saying, it's very well, Nicole's explained it to me. I'm very happy with Nicole right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, is there anything else or go ahead?
If I may, your worship, just to highlight one other issue is this is what we've done here with the advent of a fully functioning HR department. We've now got some synchronicity between HR, who actually manages the hiring and management of people, and finance, who actually pays them. So there's a lot more work happening between HR, making sure we got the right number of people, and finance, who actually pays them.
Okay, go ahead, Nicole.
Okay, so now we are going to get into some of our departmental slides. So I will be covering most of general government, and then as we get into the departments, they'll be coming up here and sharing the table with me and walking through their departments. So we have administration, general government up here. So we have a lot of this where tax dollars come into. So for tax penalty grants, operating surplus contribution, that represents our revenue line, which is depicted here. Materials, contracted services. So this has increased over last year, but this now that town staff are in 99 advance and we have centralized, we have taken numerous amounts of costs that have been distributed across the departments and centralized them. This also depicts insurance, legal costs, and leases within our contracted services line. The doctor recruitment line that shows here, again, this is just a wash with the contribution from reserve for those outstanding commitments.
Is there any questions with respect to that slide?
This,
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
under contracted services, so the cost for a collection of per dog, when we were going originally, now is that What are we doing on that services? Is that going to be, are we continuing with that contracted service?
Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead, Jess.
through your worship, the dog collection will be reflected in the dog control budget. That's not included in these contracted services here.
Is not into the contracted service?
Not on this slide, no.
All right.
So what contracted services are included?
So most of this here is legal, insurance, and leases.
Okay. And your materials and supplies.
So that's general office supplies for the building at 99 Advance. As well as costs of hydro, things like that, that are in there. Equipment leases, that sort of thing.
37,000.
Yes. And that is with the centralization. So this was previously dispersed across multiple departments. And now we have centralized. So now we have, for example, one office supply closet, which everybody would go to and it's centralized. We don't have that broken out amongst different buildings.
Okay.
So when you're looking year over year, it's not telling quite the accurate picture because it's not pulling in those pockets of budget from all the other departments.
Makes sense. Great.
The contracted service, back to that again, the 261,000, is that a portion of that? I have to go out to my wording here. Is that a part of any legal action that we might be taking? Is that in the line item? No. No. That will have to be broken out. It can't be broken out right here, but I'd like to see it broken out. Maybe if it has to be identifiable individual or anything else like that, to have that explained to me a lot more, because a $261,000 increase. You know what I mean? I'm not sure. What?
So a large, if I may, through you, your worship, a large portion of the contracted services. So we also have lease costs in there, which are representative of our enterprise leases.
Yep.
And then we have legal fees, and then we have insurance, which right now insurance is $81,000 increase on that line.
So the point. I'm sorry,
Yep, go ahead,
can I continue?
Councilor Shank.
The point is now that's the reason why enterprise contract. So there's basically is fleet. So is that going to be an in and out when it comes to roads, or it comes to physical assets, or, you know, when that contracted service is in there? I understand that line item is in there, but it might show that for all the vehicles that they have leased, all right, is that supplementally put in different areas, like, you know, let's say fire's got 3 more trucks. So therefore, their budget, it looks a lot less, all right, but it's put over here under contracted service,
Yes.
not over to fire. Or let's say roads has 6 more vehicles and recreation has 5 more vehicles. So as long as it artificially looks like they're low, but it's stuck over here. That's why.
Yeah, it's not double dipping. It's been centralized into this leases line.
Any other questions or any follow-ups, Mike, or?
Now, the only other thing is that just so everybody's aware, enterprise, nothing in Napanee, mind you, but I have commercial properties that enterprise rents from me. But I mean, I think it should be discussed is this the best option? What did we pay beforehand for vehicles? What are we paying now for vehicles? Is this a good deal? You know what I mean? Because when it's all lump sum here, I can't really, that's where I start seeing, you know, what is it actually for and what is it isn't, and what's the best bang for the buck here? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because if I go ahead and I put under legal fees on my own budget or my own farm or whatever, and put, you know, a new tractor, but I didn't allocate that. This is how many acres I'm doing. What does it cost me per acre to plant that crop, to have that tractor? You know what I mean?
Right.
So if I have a $500,000 or a $400,000 tractor and I operate so many, like a couple of thousand acres, what is my cost per unit? That's the way I do it. So
So
That
within,
one's a little difficult for me to understand. So
with,
I understand what you're doing. It's just that would I personally allocate that under contracted services or put that as a line item to each, department? You know what I mean?
yeah, so we, through you, Mr. Mayor, so that is where the cost of the lease is sitting. Through our systems where we track our vehicle usage,
Yep.
there is an in and out transaction, which then would charge a per hour cost
Yep.
to department.
Yep.
So if I am working on roads,
Yep.
there's a per hour cost per vehicle that hits the department. It would then credit back, and that credit back would essentially offset these costs as maintenance costs and that sort of thing. So there is a net transaction that also happens to give the department the full picture of what it's costing them. But the physical cost of that, our lease agreements are sitting under administration.
So,
Yep, go ahead.
so making me smile again. So therefore you're on top of it. So you know exactly for each department what they're using, the usage of the vehicle, that their vehicle is not, they wanted 5, but they really needed 6, or they need 3, but they got 5 in that area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can tell exactly how many vehicles, so we're getting the best bang for the buck.
Yeah.
Am I right?
And there'll be additional,
you're on top.
there's additional analysis that we're going to do this year to really help solidify our understanding of that, to be able to use those metrics to make sure that we're
This
in a
is
good
the
agreement.
most efficient and cost benefit way of doing it. If not, then we look at other
Absolutely,
revenues. All right, thank you.
absolutely.
If I may, your worship, just for council's benefit, there may, and I mentioned this in my opening, if there are areas where I'd rather not get bogged down on the details of some of these, but if we want to come back later or at another, sort of get a general understanding of where we are, if council feels that it wants to come back and get more details on some of these issues, happy to do that.
Right.
And to Councillor Shank's point, things like leases, contracts in my opening, all of those will be reevaluated this year as we move forward.
Like we're gonna reevaluate the 5.7%.
Okay, any other questions with respect to this slide? Seeing none, next up, Council General Government, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So Council General Government, really not going to talk too much here. There was some reductions around equipment costs, but overall pretty status quo. Is there any questions regarding council's budget?
Councilor Shank?
Not the penny pinch, but at one of our previous meetings, we weren't giving a lot of donations this year, and there's 19,000 still. Now is that, I know it's not a huge figure, but every penny counts, but do you want, as a mayor, do you want to leave a certain percentage of that there? Because let's say in the past was the hockey team made it to the finals and they needed $500 to help their contribution. Is that the reason why you want to leave that there?
I think we need to leave some in there because there are some of the, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nicole or Jessica, but there are some donations that we make to organizations that are dependent on that donation in order to get other donations.
Totally, I understand. Yeah. So that's where the line item, you take that out of?
And I think that's where that comes out. Does it not, Nicole, or no?
Yes.
Yes, no, yeah.
Yep.
So I know that, I mean, there's, again, we kind of look at it either discretionary or obligatory, right? So we would hate to see not give some donations to somebody and then they'll lose out on other
Exactly.
grant money if we don't support it, right?
Yep.
So I think we need to leave some there for sure, but any other questions?
So then executive office within general government. So this change is mostly due to redistribution and moving of staff. And there's been a decrease in memberships, training and meeting expenses.
Any questions? Seeing none?
So the next slide is in regards to finance. So finance's focus is to streamline and improve processes and controls, as well as reporting for 2023 and beyond. We are looking to better understand our current software tools and make sure that we are leveraging them to get their true value and return on investment back out of those tools. So I want to make sure that anything we are using in terms of financial reporting and financial tracking, that it's working for us and that we are really leveraging the costs that we put into that. So let's work smarter and use these tools to our advantage. Overall, we have a decrease. We have reduced staff costs. We have reduced materials and supplies. So again, this reduction is partially due to centralizing of some of the other supplies and materials. And we've also reduced contracted services. So in 2022, there was additional money in there for asset management. So our contracted services now within finance is mostly related to audit. And then there's a small portion left for asset management work that we need to do for future years.
Any questions? Seeing none, go ahead, Nicole.
So next, I will pass this to Jessica to go through clerk and legislative services.
So the clerk's portion of this budget includes 2.5 full-time employees. We do share one position with corporate services. We are primarily responsible for things like licenses, permits, ensuring legislative compliance, and supporting the operations of council. As you can see on this slide, the majority of our costs are due to wages. That materials and supplies is almost all the costs to have the marriage licenses that we issue, which then gets offset by revenue, as well as our training. Contracted services in this line is primarily copier leases, I believe. Any questions on this slide?
Any questions? Deputy Mayor Calver. Yeah.
So contracted service, you're talking copier leases, that sort of thing. So a lot of the copiers that are sitting around in some of these buildings that we're not using now, are they on leases or do we own them, or is there a reason why we lease versus purchase?
Through your worship, these are all leases that were previously committed and don't expire for at least another year. So I think we are going to be reevaluating all of our copiers when the terms of those agreements come up, but right now they're locked in.
Any other questions? Seeing none, this is probably you as well, as Jessica, bylaw, parking, legislative services.
Yes. So through your worship, what we've done here, and you'll also see it on the next dog control slide, is our proposal for this year, keeping in mind budget considerations, is that we will intend to put out a request for proposals looking for a shared bylaw and dog control contract, both on a reduced scope of service from what we were doing previously, with the hope that we can still have some additional support coverage for both of those services, but at a lower cost than what we were doing in previous years. And then be able to evaluate that and see going forward what we need to do. So that is why that contracted services line is cut in half, but not down to zero.
Any questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Calver. Yeah.
Through your worship. So my understanding, the staff cost for bylaw is going up $14,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the total parking bylaw parking revenue is going down. Paying more, getting less. Is this, what am I missing here?
So through your worship, the revenue is actually up very slightly. There is realistically, if we have less hours of coverage, we're going to see less revenue come in, because the more time you spend out issuing tickets, the more money comes in from tickets. But it's never, with just doing your parking through tickets, you're never going to pay for an officer. There's not enough, because as you enforce more, the violations go down, because people realize that they're going to get tickets if they park there, so they stop doing it, which is the goal of your enforcement, but also means you can't rely on that revenue consistently.
And of course, we see that fairly consistency at the county level with respect to the Provincial Offenses Act, right? So Any other questions? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Animal Services and Crossing Guards Legislative Services, and I'm guessing that's you as well.
That
Yes.
is me as well. So the animal services proposal here is based on the assumption that we will sell and vacate 53 Community Road and enter into a contracted services for Pound Keeper with Kingston Humane Society. It also includes that we intend to retender for our dog control services with reduced number of hours and reduced what we respond to on the 24-hour call out, only responding to emergencies and not necessarily responding to as many calls as we have been. I did also want to clarify, I know I made some comments at a previous meeting about the number of dogs we've impounded. That's not the only thing this service covers. They do also respond to several dog barking, aggressive dogs, dogs at large, dogs, people not picking up after their dogs. There is still quite a significant call volume that this service handles. And our goal is always that if a dog has a tag, we get the dog back to the owner rather than impound it. That is our preferred method. So that is also going to deflate your number of impounded dogs. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you.
Any,
And I think the crossing guards are self-explanatory, but we have 5 school crossings that we provide support for.
okay, thanks, Jess. Any questions or comments with respect to Animal Services or Crossing Guards? Seeing none. Next up is Human Resources and Safety Community Corporate Services, and that is going to be addressed by Mr. Fisher.
Yep, happy to answer any questions anybody might have about the budget. Essentially, at a high level, we've managed to remain relatively flat despite adding additional staff last year that weren't in the budget. So we've made a number of changes to try to keep our budget as neutral as possible.
Any questions or comments for Mike?
My only question is that we discussed this at a future date also, because I think there's going to be probably some savings here in the future. So, you know what I mean? As you well know, but that's something that has to be, I like to have separated that maybe be discussed at a later date.
And I think we probably can. I think you're probably right that there is some savings there that may present themselves in the not too distant future. So.
Correct.
Absolutely. Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mike, what's the $5,000 in transfers?
So what's the 5,000 in which?
In transfers.
I'm not actually 100% sure what that transfer is.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Nathan.
Sorry.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Thanks, Michael. Communications, Community and Corporate Services is Annie.
I got that one.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will just make note for the staff cost, that also includes a portion of the General Manager of Community and Corporate Services. Happy to take any other questions.
Yeah, is any questions or comments for Annie?
So a
Yep,
portion.
go ahead,
Sorry.
Councilor Shank. Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
For your worship, yeah. So this increase for staffing costs of 34,000. That's because we've moved and shifted people around. I thought when it was first discussed and we were moving and shifting people around, it wasn't going to have any impact on the budget. I think actually Councilor Shank asked that question if it was going to have any budgetary impact, and apparently did.
So overall as a net, there is no net change on the budget. This is just within the different departments. So where those salaries have been allocated from, when you're looking at the comparative for 2022, there was no adjustment made to the comparative budget. So you're not looking apples to apples in this certain circumstance, but it's just an allocation between the different areas.
Yep. Okay, thanks, Councillor Shank.
My question.
In a nutshell, it looks high here, but it's going to look low somewhere else. Okay, if there's no other questions with respect to that slide, community programming, community corporate services, that would be you as well. Would it be, Annie?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'll just make note, it does show a change in the revenue, like was previously mentioned. That is due to minor ball no longer being brought in by the town. So that is that change. Again, the staff costs, that's because it's been moved under community economic development. So the only staff cost that remains is for our public skating attendant. And again, due to changes in the line items, the contracted services also includes the 10,000 that we pay for the day camp and 5,000 that we do for minor ball, which are originally under other line items.
Any questions, comments? Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. Annie, you mentioned about the staff costs for the skating attendant. So if we have a zero there, where are we going to look for that money? Is that in contracted services then?
Sorry, there's still the 2180 left in staff costs, and that would be covering that position.
What slide are we on?
Page 23.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was on 24 already. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Any other questions?
The only other,
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
so the 21,000, the increase of 8,400, but $10,000 you were saying that was also, that was the day camp. All right.
So
In the past years, we used to run the day camp, but the YMCA runs the day camp now.
The Boys and Girls Club is running the day camp. Yeah, so that was part of the contracted services, but the majority of it was minor ball falling under there as well.
I'll discuss that at a later date. There we go.
Great, thank you. Anything else? Seeing none, moving on to community events and activities, community corporate services, and I think you're up again, Annie.
So there was, again, the staff costs have moved under community economic development. And happy to take any other questions.
Any questions for Annie with respect to this slide? So comments, go ahead, Councillor Shank. Yeah.
So what community events do you have? I mean, it's, you know, I don't want to belabor this, but it's a question that's going to be asked later. What you're planning for the year, because contracted services, the $21,000, that is for what?
So that would cover everything from our fireworks for Canada Day, any musicians we have for any events, anything where we're contracting someone to provide.
So you have a budget of $21,000, sorry, that you're going to go ahead and put in for community events this year. Now, do you ever solicit any of the large industries for the fireworks display? Because I mean, 21 grand could get blown pretty quick. Because Bath's not doing it this year. Are you going to be looking into any of those ways to maybe offset and save some of the money this way?
Through your worship, Councillor Shank, we are approaching different companies and that kind of thing to see if they would like to contribute any kind of funds or donations to any of the events. We have been very happy with our fireworks contract with the company that has put them on for the last few years. They give us a very good rate and usually end up donating about 5,000 glow sticks as well. But yeah, we can absolutely look at different partnerships as well for events.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mike. Is there anything else? Seeing none, moving on to community economic development, community corporate services. Go ahead, Annie.
Again, happy to take any costs as you'll, or sorry, any questions. As you can see, the staff costs this is where the other ones have moved into, so there's a high increase there. And the revenue, there was a grant that we had previously received yearly that has expired as of 2020, I believe it is. I'll look for future ones, but that is that decrease.
Any questions or comments with respect to this slide? Councillor Shank?
Any, just at the next meeting, I'd like to see where that's broken out and how many staff members and what it's actually referring to, because you've taken it away from other areas, all right? And what that actually involves, all right? Because you're juggling and you're putting more. I understand what you're doing, but the point is I'd like to see, you know, we have a budget of $339,000 for staff costs with economic development. So yeah, I just like to see where and who, I mean, what we're getting.
Yep, absolutely. It is 3 full-time employees and a portion, but we can do a breakdown for you as well.
Yeah. Great, thanks. Any other, Deputy Mayor Calvary? Yeah.
Your worship. I'd like to see next go around, I'd like to see total costs with staff, not per department, totally, you know, breakdown of everything. Because we got an increase here of 114,000 back here. We had a decrease, we had an increase, we had a decrease. I'd like to see just staffing costs total.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, slide 13 depicts that.
That was in that slide.
Yeah.
That $8 million was, okay, because
Yeah.
I see increase of 114%. I see decrease of just a little range just spinning.
No, absolutely. Yeah. So if you revisit slide 13, it breaks it down departmentally.
Total
That's
cost
total
of all
cost for
that.
everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Brian. Is there anything else? Okay, next up, IT data management, community corporate services. And I guess that's not Annie.
So as you can see, staff costs, very similar to your other slides, is an increase of about 17%, and that's based on the contribution of the general manager's wages. For materials and supplies, we're looking at a reduction of about 20%. Materials and supplies covering conferencing, education, new equipment and software. So we're looking at reducing those lines. In contracted services, we're looking at a reduction of 10% based on removal of some legacy applications and the downtime Wi-Fi and camera systems, which is about 8-9 years old now. If there's any questions on this, or I can get the next slide's going to cover contracted services a little bit more.
Do we want to wait, or do you want to ask a question there, Dave, or do you want to wait till the next slide's done?
Just about a comment that was made.
Let's do it right now. Yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
through your worship, thank you very much, Dave. Just wondering about the downtown cameras. Is this going to provide any safety issues with us, or what are they being used for now?
So, sorry, through your worship. Right now, we get approximately a request every 2 weeks from the OPP for footage for coverage of incidents that they're looking for. So we would lose the ability to support OPP.
And if we were to maintain the cameras, keep the cameras, then that would, we also make sure, then we'd also keep the downtown internet as well.
Correct, yeah. So the cameras are feeding back into 12 Market through the downtown Wi-Fi network. So cost for maintaining that per year is about 15,000 plus staff time on top for the request for footage.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Hicks.
Through your worship. The downtown, when you refer to downtown Wi-Fi, this is the free Wi-Fi that someone coming into town can access?
Correct.
I'm not in favor of getting rid of that. I think that's a benefit to the town, providing the security. I'd like to know that if I go for a walk at night and something happens to me, you're able to provide footage to the OPP. And also with the homelessness issue that we have in this town, if somebody has a phone, that may be their only connection, like their only means of communication. And I don't think free Wi-Fi, I think we need to eat that cost and we need to keep that on the books. That's my personal opinion.
And it is imperative for free Wi-Fi to have the cameras. They go hand in hand. There's not any way of separating the two.
With the system as it currently stands, they're paired to maintain the cameras. We need to maintain the Wi-Fi.
Okay, I mean, I tend to agree with Councillor X with respect to the safety issue downtown. And I've probably used that service over the years a number of times myself. So I know how invaluable it is. And I think it was 15,000. Is that
correct.
the big scheme of thing? It's
not much.
It's not much, I don't think, but those are my views anyways. Deputy Mayor Calver.
Through your worship. So the cameras we have are working downtown?
They are.
Okay, and just an average cost when the OPP require camera footage, what does that cost us to do that or to get that at
Through your worship, in terms of man hours, depending on the request, but typically it can take 1 to 2 hours staff time to retrieve, to upload, to filter out what's being requested.
I know with our system it takes a little longer, that's why I was asking. Are we able to bill that back to the OPP?
I'm not sure who to defer this one to. I think Nicole, perhaps.
I think that would be something that we would definitely want to explore. Any services that we are providing that there's the opportunity for cost recovery. I think we should be recovering as much as we can, but that piece right now is an unknown.
But I agree with Councilor Hughes. For $15,000, keep the Wi-Fi up. I wouldn't get rid of that.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, great. We'll move on to the next slide then, which is IT data management, community corporate services, I believe.
Thank you, Your Worship. On this slide, we're just going to drill into the technology stack as it relates to contracted services. So I think I've spoken before about the stack and how the simplified stack and how we break down services. So if we look at the infrastructure layer, that covers our servers, our telecommunications systems, network security, and so on. And you see that's the biggest cost in terms of our contracted services, coming in at around 123,000 per year. On top of that, we have application fees, so our desktop applications, Microsoft applications, so on, finance system, etc., coming in at a similar cost of around about 122,000. Above that, we have data services, so our document management system, GIS, etc. And then at the top of the stack, we have e-services, so our website solution, and so on. You can go to the next slide, please. Previous slide showed the IT costs specific to that, to our department, charged to the IT department. There are other services, IT services billed to other departments, which is what we're reflecting here. So same stacks, but you can see within the infrastructure layer, that 92,000 is predominantly the fiber service for utilities, the phone system. On the application layer, we're looking at the fire department software, budgeting software, utilities billing. The data layer would cover our AVL solution, asset management, and so on. And at the top layer, the e-services layer, we've got burn permits, pet licensing, etc. And then next slide just gives you a little bit more, if you can read it, gives you a little bit more detail about where those charges actually sit and which departments they sit within.
Okay, thanks. I think we got a couple of questions anyways. Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. With the charts on page 29, which we're seeing there, if I was to add up all those figures, they would be reflected. Are they reflected on any of these two pages that you just went through?
Yeah, these are reflected on the second page.
Okay.
So the other department costs.
If I add up what is put page 28, we show a 280, 250. Those figures add up to 280, 150. And on page 29, we're 289, 950.
Slightly.
Yeah, we would just have to go back and look to see what we.
Yeah, if you could, it's just, if it's almost 10 grand, I'd like to know if that's a 10 grand bonus, then that's even better. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Pennell. Any other questions or comments? Councilor Hicks.
Through your worship, the licensing for all of the various softwares that are used. So for instance, Microsoft, every single employee is probably has a license for Microsoft. I know the plan eventually is to decrease the number of applications and, you know, get that ERP in place so that everyone's using the same system where possible. What would you anticipate the savings would be on ongoing, like on a licensing fee and the application layer, I guess, for lack of a better. I'm probably, I know what I want to ask. I don't know if I'm using the right terminology.
If I'm understanding the question correctly, you're asking if we were to move forward with an ERP, what would the savings look like?
Yes, not this year.
Not this year. So we'll have to go back and look at them to give you the accurate figures, but the cost saving would be over 7 to 10 years.
Okay.
I can't give you exact figures now. We do have them, but it would take us about 7 years to start breaking even on what the licensing costs look like.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Up next is Parks, Facilities, Community Corporate Services. I think Chris is up for that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just looking at total revenue, very small increase, staff costs, very small decrease. Looking at materials and supplies, there was a 14% increase from last year. Those are things like heat, hydro, water, sewage, small percentage increases from last year, a little bit out of our control. The other things there, like licenses and tariffs, things that we have to agree to. But probably the main thing there is that we did add a building to our portfolio. So we added 99 Advance. So that's where you see a big portion of that increase come from, the materials and supplies and the building operations from that building. Moving down to contracted services, again, a 16% increase. There's a 20% increase in insurance across the board. So that's definitely reflected there. We looked at all of our service contracts in all of our facilities and all of our parks, and we really tried to limit and even cut some of those right across the board. But the insurance is definitely a high increase. And so again, the insurance and those service contracts that we have at 99 would be included in that weren't included last year. So happy to take any other questions.
Is there any questions or comments for Chris? Seeing none. Cemeteries, Community Corporate Services. And we have Brant up for that, so.
Thank you, Your Worship. Staffing costs, the large change in that is the portion of my salary to that group. In that department, there are 2 full-time town employees that work in the summer months in that department and then are out to public works or facilities. And there's 2 students attached to that. Some of those costs are also the regular park staff that cut cemeteries that are farther out in the community. Materials and supplies, a lot of that would be topsoil, gravel for looking after the graves and the roadways. Contracted services, The largest portion of that is we contract out the casket burials. But we do the cremation burials in-house. And then the transfers are what we owe back to the trust fund for each of our sales.
Any questions or comments for Brant with respect to cemeteries? Seeing none. Okay. Greater Napanee Fire Department. I see Chief Hammond's coming up.
So the line items, starting with revenue, I'll just explain a little bit about how we generate revenue in the fire service. So as indicated through your worship, as indicated through the treasurer, we do back bill MTO for all calls on the highway. We have a burn permit process, as you all know. It is self-sufficient. It actually takes care of itself. It doesn't cost taxpayer anything. Some of the other revenues that we've been able to garnish over the last 12 to 16 months is through partnerships with local industry like Goodyear. So our staff have stepped up and assisted with basically instructing their emergency response teams, which we're able to bill back to Goodyear. So that's going to continue on. You will notice that it went from 122,000 down to about 97. The COVID and years subsequently, MTO was really slow in paying. We had a big uptick last year in MTO invoicing coming in, and that's what showed that 122,000. We anticipate that 97 being at least that and possibly a bit more. It doesn't take into account any of the grant or funding processes that we do go through to receive grants through like Enbridge or other organizations like that for our fire prevention and public education campaigns. Staff costs, as you'll see at 1%, and I can explain the $8,900 by simply saying we had a retirement that didn't end up finishing until this year. So we had a slight cost in staffing. What we have baked in this staff cost is the seventh firefighter that's been on contract since last year. So what you see in front of you is that that position is already funded through this ask within the numbers and included in that $8,900 uptick. Materials and supplies, again, when we were approached to decrease our budgets by 10%, the entire department had a look at this, and we've managed to make several cuts in several areas. We hope that they're not too much. However, we are confident in the numbers that we're presenting here today. Last but not least is contracted services, and it seems like a very large number, 160,000. So I think our dispatch and with Next Gen 911 coming in, we anticipate that our dispatch could possibly double over the next several years. That is, we have a contract with Kingston Fire and Rescue to dispatch our calls. We're running a call volume of around 600 a year, and they give us that as a prorated basis. If those calls go above 600, then we're charged accordingly. That has gone up about 10,000 every year since I've been here in 2018. Some of the other ones are our LMS system, our learning management system, which allows us to directly track firefighter certifications and send reports back and forth to the OFM as required. Our RMS system, which is our records management system, which is totally independent from any other system that the corporation owns or can run. And that is a direct link to the OFM legislated records that we have to submit every quarter. And the deputy has taken on that piece since he's been promoted. Radio licensing also comes in there, and a big chunk of this 160,000 is our contract for VFIS, which is our insurance for our volunteers or paid on call. At this point, I just want to leave you with this. If there are any questions, clearly I'm here to answer your questions, but I've been hitting this hard every time I sit in front of you, council. We're low in staff. We're still 20 plus paid on call down. We're doing record amounts of calls. We do have a meeting next week, maybe some cost recovery. Mary, in your head, you know where we're going. We are approaching our EMS counterparts to sort of look at our tiered response agreement, which we get zero funding for. We have zero budget for, and we do a good service in this community to the residents, responding to every call that they make. When they hurt, they call us. We're hurt, we're calling you. We would like, at least one staff member this year above what I have in this budget would help us out. It would stop us from losing good, trained staff to other departments. We've lost over 10 in the last 16 months. Kingston, as you well know, has just put out another big hire, and I can't blame our folks, the brave men and women of our department, if they apply. So I'm ready to take any questions that you have.
Thanks, Chief. Is there any questions or comments with respect to this slide that Bill's presented? Councilor Pannell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Chief, thank you very much for bringing this to our attention again. I think it is important that we take a long, strong look at this, especially with the amount of growth that we have planned for Napanee that's on the books. So there's going to be a lot of new subdivisions and a lot of new residents, that's for sure. So you're sitting at 7 full-time firefighters now, and if we had an addition of 1, would that person come from internal already? So where I'm going with this is they already have their gear, they already have their training. So what we'd probably be just looking at is just a straight labor costs. And if that's correct, could you help me out with this and also tell me what exactly would we be looking at bottom line for 1 more full-time firefighter?
Through your worship, that's correct, Councillor. We would hire from internal. We have a very strong pool of talent that we would draw from. Once again, the cost for the base salary for a probationary firefighter is 58 and change, so $59,000 a year plus benefits. As you've heard earlier, the benefits are around 31% for every employee in town. So that's about a $17,000 addition to that. So you're looking at about $72,000 to add the 1 more firefighter.
Okay.
And that goes up, of course, that's for year 1. Year 2, it goes up 10,000 because of the step potential within the collective agreement. It takes 5 years for a base probationary firefighter to get to first class, 5 years. And in that 5 years, their pay goes up $10,000 a year. Benefits stay the same based on, clearly based on the added 10,000, but it's about $59,000 base.
Just to follow up.
Yep, go ahead, Councilor.
So you started off the ask for 4.
Yeah.
You'd be happy with 1. You actually be happy with anything, I guess.
Absolutely.
1's the minimum that you could have, right? So what benefits would that provide to fire services now by adding 1, other than we know that we're back?
Through your worship, the benefits to the community is we would have a fire truck staffed 24 hours a day, possibly, in the town of Greater Napanee. We would have minimum 2 staffing on, and we would be able to roll a truck, which we can't do right now at present staffing levels and models, within the first 4 to 5 minutes of a call. They would be out within the first 2 minutes. So that would be the benefit. The health and safety benefit is there as well, for our firefighters as well as the residents, having that truck staffed 24 hours a day.
And weekends as well,
24 hours a day.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Any other, Deputy Mayor Cowler?
So I remember back when we used to do our own dispatching and stuff, and we actually had a fireman 24/7. We give up dispatching because nobody wanted to work evenings, nobody wanted to work nights. And so we got rid of our dispatching and now we want to go back. Are we going to do our own dispatching as well?
Yeah, that's actually not accurate, Counselor. We decided as a fire service to get out of the dispatch business because of the cost of upgrading the systems. It had absolutely nothing to do with people not wanting to work shift work.
Okay. So what would we be looking at to do our own dispatching? Cost-
Minimum to start about $2.5 million for just the equipment alone.
Forget that idea then.
And that's minimum.
Any other questions, comments? Counselor Shank?
So Chief, if you got one extra person, like you were saying a 24-hour shift, are they gonna go on 24-hour shift?
That would be the recommendation. And that's not, I hope that's not news to anybody sitting here. I think that in other conversations, we've suggested that keeping our seasoned, educated, equipped staff, we have to offer them something to stay in town. It's not money. It's the shift. It's the work-life balance. It's the ability to stay here in Napanee. And that would absolutely do it. And it would also stop some of the other departments looking at looking internal to take our highly trained and equipped firefighters away from us.
So if I may, Counselor Shank, what we're going to do, fire service amongst all the other departments we have, is look at the potential of what a 24-hour shift looks like. Because we hire firefighters at X number of dollars, and I think over 4 years, they almost doubled in terms of the cost. So you look at that in terms of what that would be if we were to retain them, less training costs, less equipment costs, less turnover.
Cost per call.
All those types of things. So what I've asked the fire chief to do is look at a model over a period of years. How do we get to that point such that we can retain that capability in-house under different models?
And also on a 24-hour shift, they work 2 days a year.
Again,
Yeah, I think it's around 82 days a year. The last time I was talking to some of the full-timer guys that moved on, then they said it was 82 days a year. So they have how many other days, 200 some odd days where they can do whatever they want. But the point is that's in City of, that's, Belleville, Kingston. I'm just trying to think the cost per call, what it is for the amount of calls, what on a 24-hour shift, if we have an average of, let's say, 2 calls per day, you know what I mean? Of how many,
I'm again, through your worship, again, I can agree with you, Counselor. The problem is I lose sleep over this stuff. I don't have enough staff right now. Like last night, we had 3 calls to go to Sherman's Point to get enough staff to make a truck. Like it's concerning to me. We're asking for help. One will absolutely help. It's a start.
well, I'm not arguing with the one, but my argument would be is what might not be an argument where I'd like to see it just proven to me so I can explain is that when you go and you have an employee that you're going to pay of a first class, let's say 130 grand a year to work 82 days, when we have a call volume and when there's other stuff that's still up in the pipes with the county about reclaiming some of the money from the other stuff, you know what I mean? I just, that's the only thing I'm looking at a 24-hour shift that maybe, I just have to see it explained, that's all.
And I think you bring up a very good point, Councillor Shank, that I think we've got some baby steps that we can take with respect to our agreements and specifically with respect to the one we have with the county to see if there's any efficiencies. I think there is. I think there is some efficiencies there that we can realize. But I think those are the things that we need to do firstly. But I can appreciate where the chief's coming from because, like I say, we all lose sleep when somebody calls for a fire truck. We haven't got enough people to put on it, right? So
you can have 2 guys on every shift. I totally agree with the chief that way.
yeah. So, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just another question for you, Chief. Just off the cuff, back of your hand, what would we have invested in a firefighter in training and then just to have them leave? What does that usually cost us?
So through your worship, it will vary. It's $10,000 on average to outfit, equip, train, and certify a firefighter to level 1 and 2 firefighter certification. I'll take it a step further. Some of the specialty training that we've sent some of our permanent full-time staff on are instructor level courses, much more advanced 80-hour training sessions, $20,000 add on to that. We're literally bleeding money out by losing staff the way we are.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Thanks, Bill. OPP Protective Services. I don't see any uniforms here, but there's someone that's gonna speak to this.
I can speak to this. So essentially, this is just our OPP contract. Revenues is some offsetting that we get in billing reduction that usually comes in at the end of the year. But this is essentially just our contract with OPP.
Of which I think most of us know there's not a lot of flexibility there.
Yes.
Unless we can find some efficiencies. Go ahead, Mike.
I've always harped at this for the last, I don't know how many years. Amalgamation is long gone past. Municipality grows on. The business models change. Everything's changing. We're changing. Somebody gets fined, we get the bill, but we have nothing to offset that bill because all the fines go to the county. All right. Some municipalities have contracts, some municipalities don't have contracts. What my argument has always been, since the county gets the revenue of all the fines and us being a large municipality, all right, that's contributing those fines, but we have no source of other revenue except taxation to pay that. So why, this is my Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, to go ahead and throw this at the county level because they're the ones that get the revenues to offset it. Now they're going to cry and say, oh, well, we're paying for other things and all the other stuff. But the point is, it's very hard for a resident to go ahead and say, we're going to pay $4 million. It's just like the chief has been saying, we're looking after a lot of medical calls that the county with the ambulance, that the province shorts the county, they go ahead and put it on more work for our chief and our medical calls. And here we go ahead. It's almost like downloading. And here we get a $4 million bill and we have no other resource to pay that bill except for taxation, which we only get. The county takes 43%, the school board takes there, and for half the dollars, we have to come up with a $4 million bill. So my argument is why not kick that up to the county? Because they get the source of revenue. Now they're going to whine and cry and boo-hoo and give you a good excuse, but we're still getting stuck.
I'll let Mr. Pinson go first. I'll clean up. I think he's
Clean up. So is that like the cleanup hitter or cleanup? So
I could talk all day
as
about
we
this. So.
as we spoke earlier, the chief and I have looked at the tiered agreement. Tiered response is one issue. We are going to look at digging into some of the costs around roads. We're going to look at some of the stuff around IT. I would suggest we're going to open up a lot of things with the county to make sure we're getting value for our money and that there are no instances of downloading of costs for which we have no other choice but to then turn to the taxpayer to support. So we just want to make sure it's equitable in terms of who does what to whom and what those relationships are. And that's going to be a focus of our efforts this year.
And I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead. Go ahead.
So all I'm saying is, John, when you're having those discussions and also Bill, the chief's having those discussions, that if that bill is going to remain here, then let's any fines that are issued in Greater Napanee stays in the Greater Napanee. You know what I mean? So we have something to offset. So if a fine is issued for a speeder that's along Highway 33 or whatever, or County Road 8 or wherever it might be, that those fines stay here. All right, something to offset our bill.
So
I'm just something to look
so
at.
the
I know
clerk,
Terry's
so
going.
I don't want to put Jessica on the spot, but Jessica could probably speak to the issue of the legislation around who gets what and why with penalties and fines. I'm more concerned in the relationships in terms of the work that gets done and who pays for services.
Yep.
Fines and penalties are a completely different issue that are probably embedded in other policies and legislation.
If I may, through your worship, I would add that I believe part of the reason county keeps those funds is because they run the court system, and I don't know that we want to take on the expense of running a court system. The other thing would be that the Police Services Act says that every municipality shall provide police services, and one of the ways to do that may be through a mutual agreement with other municipalities. But the Police Services Act does not provide for, there would have to be some agreements. So certainly discussions could happen, but we shall provide this.
And thank you, Jessica. You took the words right out of my mouth. Because the act itself says that the responsibility of policing falls within the municipality. So I guess the easy way to do it is if we get rid of the upper tier, lower tier, do the same thing that you do in Picton, the county would have to look after it because they'd be the municipality would have to look after the responsibility of the policing. I mean, that's not something that's going to happen tomorrow. However, the act says that we are responsible for it. Now, with respect to the fines really do stay within the county because Jessica was absolutely right. The county, it was downloaded on the county from the province quite a few number of years ago because the province didn't want to manage it. In my personal opinion, the province didn't want to manage this. Is here, we're going to give you this to manage. And by doing that, you reap the rewards of what's going on with the county. So what's happening at the county level is obviously charges are down, fines are down. They're noticing a very big difference up at the county level because they're not, even though they don't set their budgets by the amount of fines that are coming in, they set their budgets by the amount of fines that are coming in, and those numbers have dropped from, and this is just from memory, near 7 digits down to about less than half, right? So it's somewhat complicated, but the act itself says we are responsible. Now, we could do our policing differently if we wanted to. I mean, we could look at regional type policing. If we want to get in bed with our local level partners, we could do that. But you're looking at extremely high startup costs with it. So none of us may like the numbers that we're seeing with respect to the OPP, but at this point, that may be the best option that we have right now, right? So unless as growth happens, as we start looking further down the road, is it possible to create a municipal police force, and then we can partnerships with our other lower tiers, right? So and create our own municipal police force. I just don't think the legislation is there as much as I think we all would like to see somebody else bore some of the costs of what we're doing. The legislation just isn't there, I don't think, at this point to do that. So I know it's kind of long and convoluted and probably may or may not have answered your question, but
No, that's.
yeah. And I love talking about it.
Mayor Carey, that's what I heard 20 years ago when we amalgamated, and then when the first contract came in at 1.6 or 1.2 million, I think it was. And we can't go to the RCMP, can't go anything else. We're not joining Belleville, so we couldn't ask Belleville to price on it. We couldn't ask Kingston to price on it because of loyalists. So therefore we're stuck. And then when you only have one client, all right, they set their contract what it is. We have no argument to what their pay raise or what there isn't. So it was just a download back down to us. So I was just trying to say what I'm looking outside the box, how I can alleviate the burden rather than being always downloaded to the municipality back to the taxpayer.
And I feel your pain, and I support where you're going with it. I just don't think those options are there right now. And I mean, there are municipalities within the province that are going down the road that we went down in 1988, right? Thinking that they're going to get a better product, and maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but like I say, there's really limited options as to how we can deal with it. And some of them are going to be extremely cost prohibitive, I think. But I mean, that's something we can look at as well. Right? I mean, that's the responsibility of policing is on us, right? We have to pay for it. The act says that, the province says that we are responsible to pay for the policing within the municipality. So
I was just trying to get revenue.
Yep, I don't disagree with you, and I agree with you wholeheartedly in what you're saying, because Lord knows I turned this thing upside down and sideways for the last 4 and change years. So anyways, sorry about that. I kind of rambled on, but when we start talking policing, I do have a tendency to ramble on. So is there any other questions or comments? Counselor Martin.
Just want to apologize for my unscheduled break, but I had to go.
No,
That last coffee didn't end. So.
We are, I think we're going to go for a break here very shortly anyways. I think it's just about time anyways. So maybe what we can do is we'll go through the next couple of slides and then we'll look at maybe taking a break for about an hour or so. Unless somebody needs to go right away. If not, we'll get through the next couple anyways. Conservation authorities, protective services.
So I'll speak to this as well. Again, it's generally a fixed cost, which is going to the Conservation Authority.
Any questions or comments? Councilor Pennell?
Thank you, worship through you. Nicole, could you just tell me what the contract is or service contracts is that for the buoy placements? Or what is that?
Let me just see here. So service contracts for that is about $14,000.
Yeah, is that what that is on this budget?
Yes.
Is it for the buoys?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There any other comments or questions? Councilor Hicks.
Just a quick question, and actually Councillor Pennell may be able to answer this. The imaging for the depth, that's not included in that 14,000, is it? And that's what we actually, that's something that needs to be done. Am I right?
Yeah, that's correct.
The channel?
Yeah, through you, worship. Yeah, when this was downloaded onto us and there was a time where I looked up the resolution that was back a couple of years ago, and it was to have the, I really struggle with this, but it's bimetric is similar is the scanning of the the floor of the river and to find out where the channel is and stuff like that. And the whole idea to have that done, why I wanted it done, was so that we could promote more tourism of larger boats and to get onto certain different navigation systems that for boaters. There was some money that was coming back to us from the Conservation Authority at that time. But then after the review of the buoys and that they were in bad shape and then the monies that was spent, it took up that money. So there is still resolution on the books to have that done. But we would have to budget for it. So to answer your question, Longley is that the long way around, I'm sorry, is that no, it's not in that 14,280.
But it needs to be looked at in 2024 for sure.
It needs to be, in my personal opinion, and I hope council feels the same, is that we have this natural beauty that runs into our town and we need to promote that. And even though the buoys are out there, they're not properly marked on navigation systems that people would be using from out of the area.
And just to what we dealt with in the last term, Councilor Hicks, is that the ownership of the buoys and the placement of the buoys was downloaded onto us. So it's gone from the federal government and probably skipped the provincial government. I don't know if it went through them or not, but ended up in the laps of the conservation authorities. Now they've said we don't want to do this. Of course, we're at the bottom end of the rope, right? And we still inherited that. There was a resolution, as Councilor Pennell said, to maybe to look at the fact we need some help with this, because it's not our responsibility to put highway signs in the 401. So why is it our responsibility to put buoys in federal navigable waters, right? So that's something that we had asked, and I think how far it goes, I don't know, but it no longer falls within the auspices of the Conservation Authority. So you won't see that reflected anywhere in these numbers here. So
thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, Peter just corrected me. We are doing the buoy work now in-house.
Are we? Okay, great, thanks. If there's nothing, Deputy Mayor Calvary, yeah.
So this realign the buoys, I believe we be Marine last year for doing that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So would they not report the GPS locations of those buoys to say companies like Garmin or Navionics to update their charting systems?
Through your worship, I'm not sure on the reporting end of it, but they were positioned through GPS coordinates to appropriate locations, so they're accurate. All I believe is 28 of them. They were all inspected and there was some repositioning of those. As far as what that information being transferred to another body, I'm not aware of that part of it. So.
No, that's what I was just catching up. It's important to get that up to people that are coming in with their bigger boats, so they actually run properly versus.
Any other comments or questions? None. Building growth and expansion. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe everybody knows what the building department does. You know, we review, issue building permits. We enforce our property standards bylaw. We administer civic addressing, et cetera. So to get into the budget, revenues, we're anticipating our revenues to come in right around budget this year. Based on what we've got in the queue and some known larger ticket permits that are to be issued this year will come essentially right in around budget we're projecting. Last year, 2022 was a banner year as far as revenues are concerned. We had several very large permit revenues come in. So phase one of the Gibberts project, for example, Canadian Tire's expansion, the LNA Hospital long-term care facility expansion, those permits made up the bulk of the revenue in 2022. So there was quite a surplus last year. We anticipate that reducing this year with raising interest rates, cooling of housing market slightly. We don't anticipate seeing as higher revenues going into this year. So we intend to make an incremental adjustment to our building permitting fees. Without these larger ticket items, we're going to come right in around budget, but if they weren't there, we would be under budget. So we're anticipating making a slight adjustment. What I'm projecting, what I would recommend we do, and we would go through the notification process and go through the proper procedure, but where I'm heading with this is currently our base building permit fees are at 1.1% of the project value, the overall project value. I would look at increasing that to 1.2%. So a nominal increase and slowly creep us back up to where we would be fully revenue neutral for the building department. The previous term of council is aware of that, those intentions. And I anticipate it would be in our best interest to make that slight adjustment this year. We made a reduction in materials and supplies in line with the directive to reduce by at least 10%. And you'll see an artificial increase in contracted services. That is to account for our permitting tracking software. So it was lying with IT and it's now been reallocated to the building department. So it looks like a large increase, but it's really nominal. It's just been shifted from one budget to the building department. So with that, I'll take any questions that council might have.
Are there any questions or comments for Michael? Yep, Councilor Shank.
Where Mike, I hate to be the 1%. We already have a building permit, and then with the development bylaw charge that you charge already. When you said 1.1 to 1.2%, and I know it's very negligible, but on the total value of a house. So what is the cost then? Like, I mean, you have a charge, you have your impost fees if you're dealing with water, you know what I mean? You're feed to death before a guy even starts to build his own house. You know what I mean? So 1.1%, 1.2%, explain that to me.
So on your typical, let's just say a house is going to cost $500,000 to build.
Yep.
The base permit fee is today $11 per thousand evaluation. So 11 times 500, that's your building permit fee. So it would then go to 12 times 500. There's your base building permit fee.
Now, when you do that, when you suggest something like that, and I ask what, I hate doing this myself, and I'm going to ask this anyway, but what are other municipalities? I still want to be below and competitive. So we're open for business, but not to the point that you're charging people that they're going to say, they're not.
We are well under our neighbors and comparators. Not grossly under, but we are under in comparison to Loyalist, Belleville, Kingston, Prince Edward County.
Well, Loyalist is a little bit high anyway, but I mean, let's say Kingston, are they like 1 point, don't tell me 1.15, but are they like 1.4, 2?
I believe the last I checked, they were in the 1.2, 1.3 range. So we would be in line with Kingston, for example.
Thanks, Councillor. We're still fairly attractive anyway.
Correct.
As long that's the key.
Yes,
Is
100%.
that we want to be, have that we're open for business.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
I'll make a comment. I've not had anybody complain about the building permit fee once. Two directly to staff.
They're not going to complain to you, but I know they do complain too.
Is there any other questions or comments for Michael? We'll do one more, Mike, and then I think what we'll do is we'll take a break. I think it's yours anyways, planning and growth.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. So again, last year in 22, we had a pretty good year as far as revenues for planning with raising rates and the market cooling. We've seen a downtick in smaller scale planning applications, for example, severances. So we anticipate that being the norm this year. We're projected to come in right around budget, but we don't anticipate having as great a year in 23 as we did in 22. We again, planning, we're pretty lean. We run pretty lean here. Most planning departments across the province are nowhere near revenue neutral operations. Many have a fairly significant strain on municipal budgets. We're fairly lean, but I would anticipate we would still need to increase fees nominally. For example, our severance application fee is $1,000 today. Would look at taking that to $1,250, for example, just an incremental update, an incremental increase slowly over the years to try to get us to more revenue neutral operations in planning and not be as much of a strain on the general tax base. One major change that was made from the last budget meeting to today is I spoke about purchasing the software that KFL&A Public Health used for tracking of their Part 8 sewage system permits. We have all of those physical files, and we have made a plan of action for staff to manually go through those and organize them and track them and put them in our tracking software. So we've fully removed that from our budget to help hit our minimum 10%. It's going to take quite a bit of staff time, but we're in the down season right now, and we're putting the pedal down to get that done within a reasonable amount of time. And again, we've reallocated part of that permitting, planning, tracking software. It was with IT. It's now split between building and planning. So that's included within the contracted services. And with that, I'd take any questions.
Are there any questions or comments for Michael?
Okay, be the one.
Councillor Shank,
The IBI group.
Yep.
Is that a part of that contracted services?
Yep.
Or is that an in and out when people have to?
Yes and no. So when we're undertaking a town initiated project or staff needs some expertise on a matter that is not specifically related to an active application, it'll be charged to that contracted services. When we get applications in the door and when we're using, whether it be IBI, engineering, traffic, noise, any consultant, that is being billed back to the applicant. So the general tax base is not bearing that cost. So for consultants, our consultant line item is $30,000. That's been cut by $5,000 for this year.
Go ahead.
A lot of times with developers, when they've, like you contact out if somebody's putting in a subdivision or whatever, you know what I mean? And then you go to the IBI group and then they get a bill of, 10 hours, this is what it is. You hand the bill over. So how can there be more, like maybe work our way that there's more responsibility that they can justify their work at the other end? See, when you outsource a lot, and I know you're going to say, well, let's hire a planner, but if you, there's got to be more responsibility that when it's given out to the IBI group or whatever it is, that they have to justify what they're doing, that they're not, you know what I mean? They're not sending engineering drawing back because it's on the end of a cul-de-sac because there's a stop sign that was missed on it. You know what I mean? They can change it rather than delaying. I'm just trying to make it more efficient and put a little bit more heat on them saying, guys, you know, it's just not a cash for cow. Here's a guy that's trying to do it, and everybody has their budgets that you don't, you know, it makes it more efficient for the person that's investing that type of money and not so cost prohibitive to deal with somebody outside of the municipality, you know.
Yes, the scope of review is often discussed prior to undertaking any project. So larger application, larger scope of review. I've been pretty diligent about scoping what our consultants are looking at and where we really need their expertise and opinion and specific matters. So
thank you.
Running as efficiently as we possibly can.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Is there anything else for Michael? Seeing none. Okay, thanks, Michael. I think at this point we will, I think we're going to take a break. It depends on how long a break we are going to take. I know that earlier on in the meeting, we've delved into some stuff a little bit deeper than what the report says. Is there any thoughts or any appetite for council to take about an hour break? And if some of those documents we can maybe bring them back for after the break? Or does that sound feasible or applicable, or good to go without them? Or
So if I may, your worship, I'll frame it a little bit differently. Do any of the councillors want any of the details around some of the contracted services by departments? I know we've kept it at a high level. I know a lot of them are fixed. But do you see the need to progress any further that you'd want detailed breakouts of what's in some of the contracted services?
any thoughts? Yep, go ahead, Councilor Martin.
I don't necessarily need them today or anything, but I am assuming we're going to have another session of on the budget before we finalize. I would like to see, but contracted services seems to be everywhere I look. It's in my face, and I would like to have a more detailed approach on the contracted services.
Are we able to get the bulk of that stuff today, or
can it be broken down into like departments or?
So that I'm looking in the audience here. So that's what we're going to try and do. If we take an hour break, we would basically take those contracted services and break them out by department. So we could give you an overview of what's in there.
Yeah.
Right. We're not trying to hide anything. But you know, when you look at $250,000 what's in there, we say insurance and a bunch of other stuff, it might put your mind at ease a little bit more to say, these are the types of things that are in there. So I just saw Nathan sent me, you know, there's about $2.7 million in there, right? Everything from toilet rentals to payment of stuff. So we can aggregate those things such that you get an idea of what's in there. Is that workable, Nathan?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Hicks.
Excuse me. Through your worship. Is this something that Nicole's going to pull together then from all the different departments, or will each department be doing their own?
I think what the idea is, and I'm speaking for just my conversation with Nathan, is we would give you copies of what we get right out of the system in terms of indicative things that are in there.
Okay.
So why don't we see, we'll take an hour break. We'll see what we can put together. And if what we put together contents everybody, then that's fine. If not, we are going to probably end up coming back to another budget meeting in the not too distant future. So go ahead, Councilor Shank.
Just my thoughts now. I could be way out left base, but at the end we have basically waste, and I want to ponder what I've heard. I'm not going to make any decision tonight. You know what I mean, or to over what it is or what it isn't. But if John, if you want to let some of the staff go, if they have to be, I just like to keep the student in the back going, I've got that answer. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know, but you know what I mean? But all I'm saying is if I got Nathan and Nicole, but I don't need IT or some of the other people. I personally don't, because a lot of the stuff I've already contemplated, I'm going to digest it, and you know, it's all totally up to them if they want to do other stuff. That's my own opinion, because you know, gone for an hour. You're the boss. I
am not the boss.
Well, you're the boss.
So perhaps what we can do is, if we're going to need another budget session, what we can do is we can make sure that we've captured all of the things that we need to do, and then we can review them in terms of what this, but because we will get a sense after this meeting of what council thinks overall, and then we can refine our next presentation to actually meet that and bring back some of the details. Does that work? Okay.
Deputy Mayor Calvert.
Through your worship. So I did see here that by the end of the day, if we stick with what we have here, we're looking at a 5.7% increase. Is that just a total of 5.7 or is that 5.7 plus, plus, plus?
So through your worship, that is 5.7 total. There was a comment made earlier in terms of, and we're going to get this eventually, not this year, and an operating tax levy and a capital tax levy. What we're looking at right now is basically an increase to your current tax rate of 5.7% as status quo.
Okay, because I thought there was already the last council brought in a 2.5% automatic increase.
So I think if I can speak for council, what staff understands is there was a desire within the last council to keep tax increases to a 2.95% increase. That being said, I believe that it wasn't a resolution as such, but that intent was made, I think, before COVID-19 hit, and a lot of things have changed since then. So we understand that's where the previous council was aiming. The fact of the matter is, I think times have changed. And again, this is just a suggestion of staff. Council can do what it wants within reason to get to a tax rate they want.
I just want to make sure it wasn't, 5 point whatever
Nope.
and plus.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Okay, well, why don't we take an hour's break? We can come back. I think we've got the lion's share of the stuff done that we need to get done, and it should be a fairly good conversation this afternoon, because I think we'll probably get into some of this stuff as well, right? So we'll take an hour's break. We'll be back for at 2 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon of the special session of council. Up next, I believe we have Mr. Cuthell with respect to roads and infrastructure services. So go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. So through your worship, glad to answer any questions. I can give a brief overview of this slide for you as well. As we've seen in previous slides, the first one, revenues, that's pretty much depicting the $1 million grant we get from the county to do performance measures on county roads. That offsets our costs for plowing and mowing in the summer and other minor rehabilitations, shoulder maintenance and such, minor ditching projects. There is some fluctuations in this number annually depending on the county's capital projects for the season. For instance, last year there was some grubbing of a County Road 12, tree cutting and whatnot. We were able to put guys on in the shoulder season just to offset some of that. And that would be extra revenue. That revenue, you'll see it in probably after Q1, when we get everything consolidated for last year's numbers, we'll come back and report that extra revenue. But as of now, due to some extra shouldering work, cross culverts, some tree cutting on 12, there's about $100,000 in extra billables to the county. And then in performance measures, if we do, it's a 5-year rolling average of the past 5 years. Anything over and above that, if we breach 110%, we'll get anything from 100 to whatever the number is paid back to us. Right now, it's unvalidated at this time, but there possibly another $200,000 there we can recoup back in extra work we've done for the county last year. So that number will fluctuate and we'll update you in Q1. Staffing costs, again, this is just a reallocation. There has been some staffing reductions over the last year in that. This is just a true allocation of what it costs to employ our staff on an annual basis. These will come down with the extra work we may do for the county or any extra work we may do for any third parties. That number would be offsetted by that. It would also be offsetted by the OCIF funding we have come in and the gas tax. If we take those projects on in-house, doing surface treatment program and whatnot, that staff dollars would then be allocated into those projects, move to a capital and capitalize through that way. Materials and supplies. Just to highlight a few big ones that are in there: vehicle maintenance, fuel or sand, salt, materials, heat, hydro, granulars are all what makes up the majority of that budget line item. Contracted services, major there, impacts is like $400,000 in insurance. We got trees, we got line painting, building security or waste management or AVL truck tracking and such. Dust control for our granular roads, that all makes up the majority of that line item. Paving, streetlights, sidewalks, whatnot. And then just as the mandate went, highlight there, a few cuts had to be made to reach our mandated 10% reduction this year. And some things that were reduced in there is like our crack sealing, hard top maintenance, reduction in trees and stuff, just to reach our mandated reduction to lessen the increase in taxes.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Is there any questions? Go ahead, Councilor Pennell. And I guess I should remind everybody that I know that it's sometimes difficult for people to hear when they're at home. So if we can just make sure we pull the mics down close, then it should make things a little better. So go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Jeff, just you mentioned about if you do work for the county and stuff, how is that priced out? Is it just a cost recovery, or are we making profits, or how do you know what your dollar per hour is? This sort of stuff.
So when we're working at, when we have a charge back, which would be due to extra work, we do have for labor, we have a regular rate and an overtime rate. The regular rate costs is based on the rate of our employee plus payroll burden, and that would be paid back, charged out. And our equipment rates are charged out at OPS municipal rates, set out through the MTO. So, and then, but it is, when we charge to the county, it's less 10%. So we charge it out at 90%. Through our TAC committee, we agreed to that the 10% would have been the profit margin. in that, and we don't make profit off the county for our rented equipment.
Okay, so we are capturing our costs though.
We are capturing our costs. Yep. That covers fuel, oil, lube, maintenance costs, wear and tear.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Jeff? Go ahead, Jeff, go ahead.
Through your worship. Jeff, I'm just curious, how many calls have you had from the public regarding the removal of ash trees on town property?
On town property.
Where there
Not
could
a-
be an impact to. a
Yeah,
private
it's
residence?
gonna be a real issue coming up.
is.
The guys have been working this week. They put a couple days in. They've been throughout the winter, anytime where we see a break in the weather, we've been going out. There's still a lot of ash trees standing dead right now. We have a few different scenarios. We're trying to reach out to different contractors and see if there's a better way we can get in, but we're hitting as many as we can, like Pringle Side Road. I think they got through. There's some in Johnson. I think we're gonna have a handle on it. We're trying to make sure we do get them all addressed before they start coming down. There's still a good number out there.
Okay.
We don't get I don't believe an overabundance of calls, but
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. Is there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks, Jeff. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Up next, solid waste infrastructure services. Now, I know we touched upon this earlier in the meeting. Will Christie be addressing this, or were you, Nicole? Or I was going to suggest probably a bit of a combination. Yeah. So who wants to start? Christie? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Christie.
So we are going to present this with a few different scenarios. So based on the assumptions in earlier slides, we were using scenario B, but we just really wanted to paint a clearer picture about what circumstances we are in relation to solid waste. So for scenario A, this would be leaving the solid waste program essentially as is, with every bag is to be tagged at the cost of the resident. So we projected out based on last year's bag tag sales at current rates to determine that there would be a $848,000 cost to the tax base to help make up the rest of the funding for solid waste. Scenario B would be that mid-year, so for the final tax bill, there would be a surcharge added onto the bill. It would equate to about $66 for the remainder of the year for residents. And what that would do is that would lower that amount that needs to be subsidized from the tax base from the 848 to 615. So there's still a pretty significant subsidization to solid waste from the tax base. Scenario C is looking at it if we were running solid waste as a net neutral department. And that would apply for mid-year on the final tax bill, $137 average per year for the remainder of the year onto the tax bill. But that would require then that solid waste does not need any additional subsidization from the tax base. So these were the three scenarios that we were depicting. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that as we go through and then look at the percentage increase on tax base, it would be that percentage increase and then plus this fixed fee of either the 66 or the 137, sorry. Oh, 72, sorry. There was a small calculation error. So 72 or the 137, that would be on top of the tax percentage increase. So that would be just a one-time fixed fee that would be on the tax bill. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that and it made sense.
Yeah,
Just very quick.
yeah, go ahead, Councilor Pinal. I think he's got a question for.
Thank you, Worship. So where's the tax, where's the correction? You just said there was a.
Speak to it.
Oh, you're gonna speak to it? Okay, thank you.
So I'll just go over, you can go back if you want, sorry. Just in a little more detail, just to get a clear picture here. as you'll see, there are 3 possible scenarios for 2023. And there's a few corrections that we'll just address at the beginning, or a few notes. One thing to note is all 3 of these scenarios in the presentation are comparing this special tax levy or the options to the entire solid waste budget, not just curbside collection. So in my speaking notes, I'll do my best to try to compare it just to curbside collection to give you a better idea of what that would look like. And then another thing to note is I believe the wording was urban / farm, but I wanted to make it clear that this is for all residential properties within Greater Napanee that have dwellings on them. So a significant portion of the solid waste budget is currently funded through our municipal tax base. For an example, in 2022, the cost of curbside collection was 1.26 million and 681,000 was funded through the sale of bag tags. So that leaves 585,000 or 46% of the cost funded through our municipal taxes. Scenario A, as presented here, allows for this process to continue. So as I just mentioned earlier, that 848,000 listed in the presentation is comparing it to all of solid waste. So waste disposal sites, curbside collection, leaf and brush, and that sort of thing. Scenario B allows for a special tax levy to be implemented prorated for July 1st to all residential properties. Within this scenario, staff are proposing that we charge $3 a week. The $2.54 was posted in error. And the $3 a week amounts to $78 a year, prorated for 2023. And this would allow all residential properties to place 1 untagged bag of garbage out for collection each week. Additional bags would then need to be tagged and meet the waste bylaw requirements for collection. Because this would be prorated for 2023, this would still require approximately 486,000 of the curbside collection costs to be funded through taxation for this year. And then looking forward to the 2024 budget, should the variable costs of the tonnages remain average at $3 a week per residential property, the town could fund 77% of the curbside collection budget, or 1.14 million, through this special tax levy we're presenting, leaving the remaining 341,000 to be funded through bag tag sales. And scenario C references full cost recovery. Again, this is for the entire proposed 2023 solid waste budget. So this would allow all residential properties to place the 1 untagged bag of garbage out for collection each week. But this scenario essentially allows residential properties to fund the entire solid waste budget. So again, things like curbside collection, but also the waste disposal sites, leaf and brush, our household hazardous waste event, and that sort of thing through this special tax levy. For 2023, this scenario would allow the general tax base to contribute $530,000 to reserves. And did you want to just go to, scenario B again? Because this is the one we kind of spoke to in the entire thing. I just wanted to make it clear that materials and supplies for things for solid waste are things like the purchase of our composters and recycling bins, printing of our bag tags, site or building maintenance, health and safety, and other tools or equipment we may need throughout the year. And then our contracted services, obviously a large portion is our waste collection, but it also includes the leaf and brush grinding, our household hazardous waste event, consultants, equipment rentals, et cetera. And that 7% increase is based on the CPI as per a pre-existing contract with our waste contractor. So within all 3 of these scenarios, We've also included proposed waste disposal site fees. So they're already included in the numbers here. So it's been about 3 years since our fee structure has changed at our waste disposal sites. Currently, for residential bulky waste, we charge 40 cents per cubic foot, and we are proposing to increase this to 45 cents per cubic foot for 2023. And our minimum charge for all loads under 32 cubic feet is currently $12. And we're proposing that we increase this to 15. And even with this increase, our waste disposal site fees and rates are below the norm in our area. Next one. So 70% of the annual cost for curbside collection is our fixed costs, and they're not affected by the number of bag tags collected. Therefore, a significant portion of the annual cost should be shared equally by all applicable properties. And to recap, scenario B proposes that we incorporate the cost of the disposal of one bag, sorry, I've said it a ton of times, per week to be included in this special tax levy. This would amount to $156 annually and would allow each residential property to place that one untagged bag or container of garbage out for collection each week. Additional bags or containers would then require a bag tag, and this would help fund the variable portion of this budget. And then existing bag limits and container size requirements, so that under the 40 pounds, that would all remain in effect. And then based on historical sales, the remainder of the revenue for tonnage fees would be collected through this additional sale of bag tags. So looking at this chart, I just wanted to make it clear what we're trying to show here. The white line is in, it should be adjusted, but I'll speak to that. So the chart shows in blue our projected curbside collection costs for 2023 at nearly $1.4 million. Again, that's just the curbside collection we're speaking to now. The $3 line in yellow shows what we expect to receive in bag tag sales based on the current process. So that's $663,000. The yellow lines from $4 to $6 are showing what we could expect to see using the current bag tag program, while just increasing our bag tag prices alone. This is based on average bag tag sales over the past 5 years and doesn't really account for the reduction in sales we could see as prices increase or as residents work towards this diversion. As mentioned earlier, the fixed costs. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm in the right spot. Lost my spot. Oh yeah, so the fixed costs for 2023 amount to 70% of the curbside collection budget at, sorry, the red line shows our fixed costs. So the fixed costs for 2023 budget amount to 70% of the curbside collection budget, which is $968,000. The white line should be at 1.14 million, which should portray where that special tax levy would get us for revenue on that $3 per residential property per week. And then there were a number of questions when we proposed this at previous meetings. So what we tried to do is compile the general questions, and hopefully these answered your questions. I won't go through them all, but I do want to point out a couple. One was, what about properties that are active in waste reduction and may not put out a full bag of garbage each week? So we're working to promote waste diversion as a municipality, and we want to continue to do so. So similar to other municipal services, such as our parks or arenas, the landfills, or even the fire protection services, municipal residents across the province contribute to community-wide benefits. So currently greater than 50% of that curbside collection and disposal costs are funded through taxation. How would this work for multi-residential units? So our waste contract currently allows for the collection of materials from multi-residential properties up to including 5 units. And then those multi-res with more than 6 or more, they're already not part of our curbside collection program as per our bylaw. So we're proposing that it stays basically as is. So those units or those properties with 5 or less can decide if they want to be a part of the program. We'll charge them, they'll get collection. And then those one-offs we can assess on a case-by-case basis. And then just the last one there. Yeah. So this chart was created to show potential revenue from bag tag sales if we were to proceed with that scenario B, the special tax levy. Increasing the price of a bag tag would allow us to have more of a user pay system. The dotted line shows our variable costs, so our tonnage costs for curbside collection as we project them to be based on 5-year averages for 2023. So that's $423,000. At $3 per bag tag, 37% of our residents would need to purchase an additional tag each week for us to reach full cost recovery on the curbside collection program with that $3 special tax levy in addition to that. So should we proceed with that scenario B, we may want to consider increasing the price per bag tag to closer to $4, which would then require less than 30% of our residents to purchase one additional tag per week. This would also allow, again, more of that actual user pay process and the additional tags, as the additional tags would cost more than that special tax levy. That was a lot of information, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Thanks, Christy. I'm sure we will have some questions or we will have some conversations. I'll start with Deputy Mayor Calver.
Through your worship. So your scenario B, I believe you were talking about having bags with no tags, 1 bag a week, no tags.
That's correct.
Wouldn't it be more beneficial to send out the tags so they are tagged? Like the truck driver, that's just more for him to try to keep track of, who's got it untagged and who doesn't.
We explored that option. There are pros and cons to both. And as staff, we did think that the one untagged bag would be more beneficial for staff time. And we have spoke to the contractor about this, and they support the idea and actually do it with other contracts.
I'm just thinking multi-residents, I put my tag on, but you didn't. And I don't know. Just a question I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy. I'm going to weigh in with it shortly, but
through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just also add a comment to that? If we were to get into the process of where we are mailing out tags, that is also going to increase our cost of postage to send those out. Also, currently, right now, if you pay your tax bill through a mortgage company, we don't necessarily send out those bills. So that would also increase our cost of postage. So there are other factors that would come into play if we want to move to a delivery model, which we would have to look at that to see what those costs look like. Again, incremental costs, but it's another way of working the process through. Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Martin.
I'm still concerned, guys, with landlords, for example, with multi-properties. Like if a guy owns, I don't know, 10, 15 properties with tenants in them, I mean, even something like Red Tree or something like that, who I'm not sure if he has containers or what he has, but anyway.
He picks up his own garbage.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of those situations are actually part of the multi-residential, so they wouldn't be part of the program.
A 5 or less unit wouldn't be part of the program? Yeah. I'm talking about
anything with
landlord,
more than that.
Not just one, but any landlord with multi-tenants. How is he going to recover his money from the tenant? He's getting, say he's getting $2,000 a month from a tenant, but now he's got to, you can't go back to that tenant and say, I want 2,150 or whatever. I'm just looking at the problems that one situation is going to create over another.
So those situations would be up to the landlord to determine through their agreements with their tenants and such.
Yeah.
We did answer that in one of these FAQs. I apologize, can't find it, but yes, there are, I guess it would be similar to how they recoup their costs for other services, whether it be utilities or that sort of thing as well. So it would be up to the property owner essentially to determine how they would move forward with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Counselor Shank.
That'd be a landlord's tenants act. There's no way you're gonna claim that money. So you're gonna be out of it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the work that you've done on it. But I personally am not gonna vote in favor of, it's just like another carbon tax, another tax on top of what you're gonna get. So I'm not gonna go with it, but if you want to increase the bag from $3 to $4, right? And according to your $4, that would bring in 1 point, I don't know, but 1.7, 1.6, is that right?
At the current, with the current structure, at $4, it would be the chart on slide 43. So we would be looking at it, maybe 900,000.
43, I don't know, I got 45 where you have a graph.
That's if we did the special tax levy and then increase the price per tag.
Okay, well, okay, and don't get me wrong, all right. I'm just Joe Blow, taxpayer. Got a property that's, most of my property is along Highway 33. You don't plow my roads, you don't do anything. I give you $20,000 a year, and I got to pay my dags, and I'm gonna have to pay another $150 a thing. What the heck am I getting? You know what I mean? And now you're gonna give me another tax on top of the tax because you guys overspent. You don't have any money. Wow. That's how it's gonna go over like a lead balloon. So as far as I'm concerned, this is just my personal feeling. Sorry for being kind of that way, but if you want to increase it to $400,000, then we're gonna have to find efficiency somewhere else. You know what I mean? Everything goes up, garbage is going up. We don't have the host municipality agreement anymore. All right, I know everything else has gone up, but we've got to provide some type of service for the taxpayer. You know, besides everything costs money. It doesn't matter what you do. If you skate, you got to pay. You got to do this, you got to pay. Sure, we get the roads. The roads aren't getting any better. Everything costs. So that's just me being kind of the devil's advocate, kind of the angry old farmer sitting in a corner. So you know what I mean? I agree to the $4, and then you're gonna have, that's just my thought. I'll let it hear what somebody else has to say.
Yep, and that's, no, we appreciate that, Mike.
I just want to make it, I guess, put a fine point on it, is basically what we're dealing with is we're dealing with a flawed funding model, right? So this isn't a tax. We're saying the same thing as if we had water and sewer and we needed to charge you more per usage because we weren't able to make up those rates. This is the same thing, right? So when we started the process, it's now gone to 1.4, 1.5 million. The cost of that $2 bag tag or $3 bag tag is not sufficient to carry the costs. So the other option is if we don't do that, then that resident on Highway 33 through his taxation is not potentially getting other services that we may be able to offer because that money's going to fund a lost leader, a lost service when it comes to utility, when it comes to waste management.
So,
yep, go ahead.
So, John, I understand where you're coming from that way, but when you have, like I said, I have an individual down there, and I saw the tax bill 5 years ago when he built his house and built all his outbuildings. He was paying $4,300. Now he's just shy of $8,000. All right. He's not getting any more services. He's actually getting less services. It's costing him more for those services. Now we want to give him another $150, all right, you know, for a full year or whatever, and charge for the tags to compensate for more services, for more stuff. So what is he actually he's paying a lot more. But I just look at it is that, man, I understand but if you're getting your water delivered and everything else, you're getting a pretty good deal, because if you get for the water services that you're charged in town to have potable water, if you have a problem with the water, that you're paying for it. But if you put in a well, you put in your filtration system, what does it cost? It costs a lot more than a bill every 2 weeks or whatever you get. I mean, if I have a submersible well go on one of my wells, I got to do it. If I got to dig a well, I got to do it. If you're in town, sure, you're paying for it, but you're providing 100% potable water at 100% rating that you've done. All right, that's a pretty good deal. But we're not getting, all I'm saying is for the service, for the amount of taxes we're paying, that we're collecting for the county and everywhere else. That's just my thought. Sorry, I don't want to ramble on.
Nope. That's what we're looking for, Mike, is we're looking for everybody's thoughts here if we can, because I mean, we're going to have to sort this thing out, right? So, and that's important. So.
If I may just add one thing, just to make sure it's clear here, the projected costs for the curbside collection program for 2023 are 1.3 million. 70% of those costs are fixed costs. So regardless whether a resident puts their garbage out, we're paying 70% of those costs no matter what this year for the vehicles to go by their houses. So we're just, the intent is to try to recoup some of those costs, because, you know, we're in a contract and we're paying for it regardless. So just wanted to make it clear there.
Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Christy, if we could have a copy of everything that you presented to us tonight, because I think there were some numbers that you tossed out at us that started to write them down and I just couldn't keep up. And they're not included in our report here, which I appreciate. The problem is, and it's been kind of spoke about here with the CAO brought up about water, is that this is a user pay system. And we can see that clearly between scenario A and B. If we keep it status quo, the numbers are low, but that's the people who are actually using it. And B, if we're going to be adding it, we're going to be looking at increasing the price of a bag tag, but we're still going to be putting the remainder onto a tax, right? So how is it that if I live here in town, which I do, and we're paying a water bill for services that we get, that is an area rated bill. Whereas the people out in the rural area that do not have water, they don't pay that bill. So why is it that if they don't use the garbage collection system, if they're not putting any bags out, because we can see the difference between A and B in the dollars, just the numbers I was provided, we're short 233,000. So obviously there's people not using the garbage system. How is it fair that we're going to be putting a tax onto and it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, whatever we're short, it's going into the taxes anyway. We've already discussed that. So either it's a user pay system, or it's a hybrid of a user pay system, or it's just a user pay system and taxes. This is just, it's a mess. And I don't believe that if somebody is not using the system, that they have to pay for it. Where did I go wrong with that? Because everyone's laughing.
The philosophical question is, the municipality provides services to its residents, right? So if we use that logic, we spend $500,000, $750,000, $1 million on Strathcona Paper Center, right? So if Bob decides not to use it, I don't mean Councillor Nori over here, but if Bloggins decides not to use it, it's the same thing as that waste management truck going by, for which 70% of the charge, 70% of the cost is have that green truck go by your driveway. Residents pay for the services that are provided to them generally. If you choose not to use them, then that's, unfortunately, if we were to do that, then we're picking and choosing in terms of, and then you get into a mess in terms of taxation. Taxation in general is a messy topic, and you've got to apply it to everybody that service is for.
Then let's turn that exact same scenario as you just said, let's turn that around to water and sewer. Right? Why is it that when you're saying that you're providing a service, then why is it that we're just aerating water and sewer and not everybody's paying for that? People are driving over it. It's a wear and tear. I just don't understand. Like if I'm not using it, if there is some properties in here, I can't use that example. Okay. This is a mess. Okay. So.
And I don't, yeah, and I guess all we're saying to council is in this one specific area, there's a funding deficiency.
There is.
So the question is, do you allow it to go as it currently is, where we spread those costs to all residents? Or do we try and apportion those costs on a revenue neutral or cost neutral basis to those people who have access to the services? Then as we get to whether it's multi-residential and the rest of the mechanics of it, we can figure that out. You're not going to, in some cases, you may have residents that live in buildings where we say, you guys have a disagreement, you sort yourselves out, right? In terms of the bags. But at the end of the day, I think the philosophical question we're looking to have answered today is, do we continue with this being a loss to the municipality and spread through all taxpayers, or do we try and make it neutral to those who have that service available?
So just one last one.
Yep, go ahead, Dave.
So at the end of the day, it's going on somebody's taxes somehow anyway. How we
Yes.
divide this up is gonna happen.
Yeah.
One other part here, it's kind of got my goat up, is that back in 2019, Deputy Mayor Kaiser and myself, we'd made a resolution. This was back when we're signing this new contract, and it's even right here provided in our report that that we authorized the $3 per bag scale, and then also that a sliding scale be created and presented for the cost recoveries, to move this to a full cost recovery over the next 10 years, which was the length of our contract with Waste Management. That was November 26th of 2019. And since then, nothing's been done. And here we are sitting here today with me babbling on, trying to figure this out. Whereas I only wish that would have been done, and we would have been a lot closer to our numbers now than to have to come back to the residents and say, hey, we're doing this. Not only are we going to be increasing the bag tags, but we're going to be putting a levy on your taxes as well. So I don't need any answers as to why that wasn't done. I just wanted to make a statement for people to know that it wasn't done. And I'll be quiet here for now until I have another thought. Thank you.
Counselor X. Oh, sorry. Did you want to respond to that, Christy?
Go ahead. No, go, Christy. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, through you, worship, I wasn't around for this, I was on a leave, but I believe there was never an actual scale agreed upon. It was $3 and then we come back. So, I mean, that's what we're doing now, trying to come back and find another funding model. It was to start at the $3 and we did increase it then, and then a sliding scale be created for the future price of the bag tags to get us to full cost recovery. So we're trying to get there.
Even if we worried about 2019 gone, since 2020, it's taking until now to come here to get a sliding.
So I think I think we can argue what happened in the past, but that was, I believe, pre-pandemic. And I think there were some measures during the pandemic to take the burden of garbage bag tags off the residents. So we are where we are. It's a different group of people, but it's the same situation. So just have to figure it out.
Counselor Hicks.
Yeah, I'm just working some numbers through my head. So if I look at scenario C, if we just, for the sake of discussion, $137 for the balance of 2023, right? So does that mean that in 2024, you're going to hit everybody with a full $274 levy?
Yes, it would be. So that is prorated for half of the year.
And that's one bag.
That's one bag.
And then,
yeah, that's the entire solid waste budget. So not just curbside collection. That's making solid waste net neutral.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Shank, yeah.
I have a dumpster at home. I don't put any garbage out the roadside. This is a scenario. And I opt out of the program. Because all I'm saying is for the amount of properties I have and how many houses I have with houses on them. I mean, top of the tax bill, I'm gonna get another $1,250. All right, charged to me in another tax or whatever to get rid of garbage. And it's come to the point where it's a lot cheaper for me to go ahead and dispose of my own garbage and maybe more efficiently for myself. All right, to have Waste Management or any of the other firms come in. I think the deputy mayor has their own dumpster anyway. All right, that I do my own. So if I can do that and it's a free country, I can put my own dumpster in and say, you guys don't pick up garbage at any of my locations.
Through you, if I may, I think we would have to look at it depending on what scenario we went with on a case by case basis. However, again, through our current contract, we are paying for that service regardless, the fixed cost there. So I think it would be something we'd have to look at, but
yep, go ahead.
The only reason why I'm saying is that like we had, like Councilor Martin had already suggested, there was a larger developer that went ahead and has a lot of numerous houses, has his own garbage. All right. So therefore, he's not getting a bill. He supplies his own garbage. All right, removal. So I'm going to do the same thing because he doesn't get taxed on it. All right, you just get it because as soon as you go to a bag tag, all right, the extra goes on as municipal taxes. I understand, but if you're putting a surplus tax on it, then I should have the option as a ratepayer to say he's opted out of it. I have more than 3 units or 3 houses or 5 houses or whatever. So I'm opting out of it also. And I'm going to put my own, get rid of my own garbage because it's more efficiently for me because I know it's going to cost me a whole lot less than that. All right, to do my own. So.
Deputy Mayor Cower.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Worship. This is also troublesome. I watched the garbage truck go by my house. I get its cost to put a driver, fuel, insurance, tires, wear, tear, the whole 9 yards to drive by my house. I'm just wondering if we couldn't take a hard look at this scale here, move it up to $4 a bag and then a quarter every year from there, like, you know, just to move to actually get a slide scale, because look at what your gas has done in the last couple of years. Groceries, everything's going up. No two ways about it. So why shouldn't it cost you a little more to get rid of your garbage? Just my opinion. So the ones using it are paying for it, and the ones that aren't using it, I mean, trust me, I'm still getting taxed. I'm getting taxed every day. We're still paying taxes somewhere, and I get that and I accept that. I just, to get an extra fee on my taxes for something that I've never used, hopefully never will. I don't get it. But I mean, if I got to go and buy a bag tag, I don't expect to put it out for free either. So everything we do in life costs, whether it's groceries, whether it's gas, whether it's bag tags. I think we should look at trying to make it more user pay. Just my 2 cents worth.
Thanks. Councilor Martin.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the deputy mayor as well, and Mike, Councilor Shank. A user pay system. If we don't use a user pay system, we're complicating the system. I mean, how are you going to explain to somebody that you're putting bag tags up, plus you're going to add an additional tax on their tax bill? Like, we can try to explain that all we want, but it's not going to come out very well. At least if you pay, everybody realizes costs are gone up. If you pay for the bag tag, you pay more for the bag tag. I think that's more arguable than putting tags up and as well putting a tax levy. I hate tax levies to begin with.
So just one to be clear, one of the options is there are no bag tags, right? So
yes.
What we're ideally looking for is there is no bag tags, there's a levy. So there wouldn't be a bag tag increase and a levy.
Which is scenario C you're talking about. Is that what you're?
No.
No, not necessarily. It depends on how much we use as a tax levy to make it revenue neutral. So the intent ideally would not be to increase the cost of bag tags and the levy. We could potentially increase the bag tags if it was a second bag.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, Councilor Shank.
Just my only other thing is thank you very much for all the work. I'm not trying to slam. I love ideas. There's nothing wrong with ideas, but where are you going to save at one end? I think you're going to cost you more because you pay by tonnage. All right. I know there's might put a bag every 2 weeks. You know, some other individuals during the hot summer, of course, you're going to put a half a bag out or whatever. All right. You get a free bag. Now we have plastic 1 week, paper the next week, plastic 1 week. You got to have a bag. Well, you know what? If I take it to the dump recycling, it's going to cost me $5. You know what? We're going to jam that big bag, that big honking bag with everything we got because I get a free bag. This is my belief that your tonnage is going to increase, that you're going to pay at the other end because somebody's going to say, I get a free bag a week, where beforehand, what benefit is me to reduce my garbage? You know what I mean? Where other individuals, so that's that's where, you know, I understand that the costs have gone up. I understand the other stuff. And as much as I hate to increase anything at $4 a bag, and then everybody, you know, which I indirectly would have to pay also on top of it, but that's you understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
Sorry.
and I would really, I'm going to resist weighing in on something you said because you bring up a very good point, but I don't want to get involved in it right yet. But I will, and I think probably Christie knows exactly where I'm going. But in any event, Councilor North.
Just briefly, I did an informal survey in my where I live, just over by the hospital there. And majority of people believe in user pay, and they'd pay more for the bag tags and have something put on their tax bill. Just for information's sake. That's all.
Thanks, Bob. Councilor Martin.
Yeah. And I don't want to argue with Christie because she might kick me out of the next waste diversion committee meeting, but anyway, it's a very tough situation. Like, for instance, my household, we could put one bag out every 2 or 3 weeks instead of one bag every week. And we don't, we want to get rid of the garbage. We don't want it sitting around, but you could have somebody like me buying less garbage bag tags. I might buy 1 instead of 3 now for a month. I don't know. I mean, it's going to create different scenarios, and I think we should look at all the aspects of this. I'm not saying I'm right or I'm wrong. I'm just saying there's sometimes if you do something, you create another issue or another problem with it. So.
And there's not going to be a real right answer, and there's not going to be a real wrong answer, because it's the whole concept of action reaction, right? So we do this, something's going to react there, and I think we understand that, but we got to try and find the most reasonable resolution to it that is going to make as many people happy as we can. So but it's going to be a tough. There's no right answer to it, and you're absolutely right, Bill. I can weigh in, and my idea is sort of outside the box from everybody else, but I'll weigh in anyways, and then we'll take it from there. Because initially I was dead set against the adding it to the taxes. However, if we are going to add it to the taxes, I think we have to provide some form of a benefit to the people that is going to be added to their taxes, which is everybody. So rather than a $3 bag tag added to the taxes, why don't we make it $2.50? That way, folks are going to get 1 bag tag per week for 52 weeks. They're going to get 52 bag tags, but they're going to get them at a discounted rate. Some people may use them all, some may not use them at all. And back to the deputy mayor's idea is that if we put them in the envelopes or mail them out, at least the people that are paying for that $2.50 bag tag have something in their hand to say, I paid for it. How they deal with that is up to them. Whether they want to give them to their kids, whether they want to sell them on Kijiji, that's totally up to them. But they have something tangible in their hands. And it's like buying a season's pass to a hockey game. And I'm sorry for bringing up hockey analogies again. but you're going to get a discounted rate for buying your season's pass. You may not get to all the hockey games. You might want to give them to your friends. You might want to sell them. You might want to do a lot of different things. But the reason you bought your season's pass is to guarantee you got your seat and to get a better rate. So if we offer that, and then subsequent to the bag tags, if somebody uses far more than their 52 bag tags, they're allowed to buy them. So we put a rate of $4 on those bag tags. Some people may have to pay the $4 because they have a whole bunch of garbage. In likelihood, a lot of people won't, because they'll go to their mom and dad and say, "You got any extra bag tags?" "Yeah, I got a handful here. Take these," because we only put out 1 bag a week. I think we need, if we're going to put it on the taxes, we need to offer an incentive to the people that are paying it on their taxes. And they also have to have something tangible in their hands so that when they open their tax bill and they see that there's a price on the tax bill, they've got something that said, this is what I paid for right here. And to maybe, I can't remember if it was Bill or somebody brought it up. We've got the people that have multiple properties. They're going to get a whole fistful of bag tags. They're going to be standing there, handfuls of them. Do they have the opportunity or the ability to go to their renters and say, "Listen, I've got bag tags here for $2.50. You're more than welcome to have them for $2.50. And offer them to their renters because they have something tangible in their hands. Again, it's a little bit outside the box. It's going to be probably more cumbersome for us town employees to send them out. But we are providing an opportunity that people that they're having put on their tax bills, that they have something tangible. And it does make it, I think, a whole lot easier for the collection people because they fall back into what's going on right now. There's either a bag tag on it and it goes to the dump, or there isn't and it doesn't. As opposed to, I struggle with the free bag tag. Just put one up in front of your house, and I'll use our residence as an example. We got a garbage box up there. There's 4 residences plus a seasonal house. So in theory, you should be able to put 5 bags in there. But if my neighbor puts in 2 bags with no tags on it, and I go up there, there's already 5 bags in there, I throw it in there, one's not going, in theory, right? So whereas it is now, if it's got a bag tag, it goes to the dump. If it doesn't have a bag tag, it sits till next week till I go up with another bag tag and put one on it because somehow I get into the box without a bag tag. If we're going to add it to the taxes, I think we have to provide an incentive to the people that are paying it upfront. And that incentive may be offering these bag tags at a price less than what the retail value is if they went to the store and buy them. My thoughts exactly. And anyways, for what it's worth, I'll get off my soapbox and I'll leave it to Councillor Hicks.
So through your worship, I agree with you. Greatest salesman I ever met said, give a product, not a percentage. So if you put the product in the envelope when you mail it out, and yes, it's going to be a pain. And again, it solves the landlord issue. And for a full year, that would bring us at $956. So half a year is going to be $475,000 on the tax levy.
And of course, we are only simply talking for 2023, right?
And I think if you're doing that, I would even say you could go higher on the second bag.
And I use those numbers as an example.
Or if you're going to do $4 for the second half of 2023, put it at $450 as of January for a second tag.
Because the
Can you not
second or
hear me?
supplement tags are,
We would just have to rerun the numbers and check that.
I was just using the residential,
Yeah.
the number, Christy, that you gave me a while ago. So of 7,354, is that right? Yeah. So 250, 52 weeks, half of that. Yeah. So.
and I apologize, I didn't send this to you, but as I'm laying awake in my bed last night at 1 o'clock in the morning, thinking about bag tags. In any event, sorry.
So
Mr. Pinson, go ahead.
I was thinking, I want to say to staff or to council, we don't take any offense. So, you don't have to start your comment by, we do this work as a matter of course of providing advice to council. So if we could land, because we could talk about this all day, if we could land on a concept, if people support the general nature of the mayor's comments about mailing something out, then what I would want to do before we would do it anyway is go back and run some numbers in terms of what that looked like from a cost, because I think 250 is still kind of low. We might want to look at that number and see what the second is and then come back with different scenarios. Because at least we've now narrowed down the mechanism. Now we have to figure out what that cost of that mechanism might be. If that is the general consensus of council.
The,
Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
so just give us a sheet then, at 250, what the mayor said, what I said at $4, or if anybody else has any other and just run the numbers and see what it is, and then we'll bring it to a vote. Like, great, if you don't, well then.
And I use those numbers kind of just as they popped in my head last night.
Yeah.
Obviously I just think it's important that if we're going to put it on somebody's tax bill, they should get an incentive of a discount price because they're paying it in front. They're fronting it, right? Sorry to use a drug dealer term, but they're fronting it, right? So, so I think they should get some form of an incentive. And I think the vast majority of people within the community are probably not going to go over that bag a week. I mean, I know probably everybody sitting here is not going over a bag a week. So we're going to have an abundance of bag tags, which I know probably myself I'll end up giving to my kids. But anyways, Deputy Mayor Calvert.
Through your worship. I like your scenario there, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't look at raising it up to $4 a bag and giving the people prepaying it at $3 a bag.
And those, I think those
If
are
we
the
could-
numbers that if we get some couple different looks at it, I think that's
that would be great to see what that would,
just to see where those numbers land, right?
Can you define prepay, Deputy Mayor? You mean on the taxes?
yeah. Yes,
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So $3 as the levy, $3 per bag.
that's correct.
Weeks. Okay. All right.
Yeah, just
Thanks.
exactly what Terry was talking about, other than he was using 250. But I like the idea, you can't have a bag of garbage sitting with no tag. Because it's just gonna become a collection issue to, as you said, you go out to put your garbage out, 5 bags in there. You know, who's trying to beat the system? So I know it's a cost, but if we're gonna keep the bag tag system, this is what we need to do.
Any other comments or questions?
Did you lay awake long last night thinking about this?
Put it to you this way, Billy, I laid awake longer than I wanted to. Yeah, in any event. Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Christie, you mentioned that that this would take care of all of the solid waste. So would this be would this take care of like any at the land transfer sites or at the dump where we are having bags dropped off there because there's a charge and then plus a tag charge as well, right?
Sorry, no. So what I wanted to make clear was that the scenario A, B, and C, those on the slide 38, the values there we're comparing to the entire solid waste budget. So no, this wouldn't, the speaking notes and then the potential $3 and then the potential $3 special tax levy and then the $4 additional tag would be just towards the curbside collection budget. In my other earlier, I had mentioned increasing the fees slightly at the waste disposal sites as well.
Okay. So just to recap, if you could provide us with what your speaking notes were on this when we have the new numbers and run that so we can clearly see all of the numbers. Thank you.
I guess I should just clarify. Again, I'm not adverse to option A. Option C, I really like the idea where it suggests that we're going to put contributions into reserves. I just don't think, I think with the cost in 2023 where we're at, I think it's just over the top. I just don't think I don't think it's an option at this point. Not to say it won't be an option sometime in the future, but for 2023, I just don't think as much as I really want to put $530,000 into reserve, I just don't think it's an option this year.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, that was just trying to depict what a perfect world scenario would look like where this was cost recovery. So we fully understand that.
Yeah, I like perfect worlds.
They don't exist.
They just don't exist right today anyway. So thanks. Counselor Shank.
Now, we looked at the expense side. Now, the revenue side, we have landfill sites. Now, you would know, this is just an idea. There's rules and regulations are always changing. You know, anybody with contaminated soil or possibly contaminated soil has to be tested, then it has to be done this. I don't know what the acreage is of any of our landfill sites. Is there any way of taking any of that soil in any of those ways and charging any of the individuals that are doing that to create a revenue side?
Anything like that would require an ECA amendment, which would be a very lengthy and costly process to do something like that.
Oh, there goes that idea. That's, you know, I'm thinking that, you know, is there any, I'm just looking at a revenue because your expenses have increased immensely. Therefore, we have to increase our revenue to offset our expenses. So
Absolutely. It's something we've looked at, but I don't think we're there, unfortunately.
do it without.
Yeah. Counselor Martin.
Is this going to create any additional problems? Like, for instance, a business person downtown putting a bag of garbage out to the curb, but he doesn't own the building? Like, where are these bag tags going to be mailed to? Are they going to be mailed to the owner of the building or the tenant?
My guess is that and maybe I'll let Christie, because she's probably going to do it far more eloquently than I will. So
They would, through you, Mr. Mayor, they would be mailed to the property owner. And then the owner could choose what they want. If they have multiple tenants, they could choose to just hand them over. They could choose to sell them to whoever is their tenant. That's how that would essentially work.
And you don't think that's a problem?
I don't necessarily think that's a discussion that's between landlord and tenant. The landlord is responsible for paying the taxes. Therefore, those bag tags belong to them and they can choose what they do with them.
and they're the ones that paid for it.
Yeah.
So I suppose they could stick them in their cupboard and hang on to them forever and ever and ever, or they could try and recoup some of their costs, I guess.
I'm just looking at the user pay thing, and like, I'm just thinking of tenants who use the system and pay for it through a bag tag, but they're not actually going to be paying for it now. The landlord's going to be paying for it.
The landlord's going to be paying for the bag tags and, sorry, go ahead, Christie.
The 52 bag tags per year. Anything additional to that, they could purchase bag tags at your proposed $4 or what we choose.
Landlord has a piece of property, he gets 52 bag tags a year, unless he's got a lot of garbage that's personally he wants to get rid of. I think it would be to his advantage to maybe pass the savings, because they're going to be cheaper on the taxes than they will be at the store. It may be to his advantage to pass those savings on to his tenants by either giving them to them, selling them to them at the reduced price, or well, one of those two options, I guess. So
I'm not trying to be difficult. I just,
did you see what I mean?
I want you to lose more sleep tonight, but
No, oh no, I got to figure it out in my
I'm
head.
just
Bill,
trying to
so.
figure everything out because, like I said, don't want to create other issues that we gotta solve.
I think no matter what we come up with a decision, we're going to create other issues. That's just, I mean, and as simple as this is that if we hand the bag tags out, which I think is important because people are paying for them, it's going to create other issues, right? So we just want to make sure the issues we create aren't as cumbersome as some of the other issues we'll create. So.
But the simplest issue is just to simply put the bag tags up to cover the cost, wouldn't it?
Could very well.
Regardless of how much it is, $5, $6.
It could very well be, but you may end up with a $5 or $6 or $7 bag tag.
Yes.
And I'm thinking that if you end up with a $6 or $7 bag tag, you're going to see a lot of garbage in the ditches. right off the hop. And those are the conversations we had back in 2019 is that what is the tipping point between acceptable and this is just completely outrageous. And at that time, I think we were in the $3-4 range, but once we get into the $5 range, it's who's going to put a $5 bag tag on there, right? They're just going to stick it in the ditch and be done with it. So there's a real fine line tipping point, and that $3 range may be at $4 now. It because of the costs and things that are happening right now. But I would have to hazard a guess that you're going to get a lot of phone calls if you say we're putting bag tags up to $7. And then you're not going to see a lot of bag tags at the end of your driveway. You're going to see a lot of bags in the ditch. So anyways, that's just my thoughts on it. So, yeah. Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
So I understand your concept and understand what you're trying to do. My only concern is that when you're Nicole and Katie, when you're going ahead and when you're going figuring all this out, that when you put it on a tax bill, industrial, commercial, as a service provided to everybody, put it on just residential tax bills, or just the residents were the residents. You know, and I have a lot of properties, but they're vacant properties because it's farmland. All right, where I have one house on it, that's it. So if you put it on everybody, what the differential would be, the impact, when you only have how many tax bill, and I think it was 2,197, whatever residents or whatever it was. All right, what the differential would be when you work the numbers to see, because numbers don't lie. So when you work those numbers, what the actual cost to be, because if it's on everybody, it might be $2. If it's on a few, it might be on just the residents, it might be $5. I don't know. Unless you run the numbers, then see what those numbers would be. What's the cheapest to have the biggest impact between what the mayor is saying, you know, the $4, what everybody else is saying, and some of the other different scenarios. And when you work all the numbers, and you guys can go, hey, this is the best bang for the buck.
Well, certainly, I think look at the numbers and reevaluate here and come back with a proposal to try to get where we're hoping to get.
Yeah.
Just one thing to note, within our current waste bylaw and our contract, the service isn't offered to like those industrial properties or anything now. So we would have to be cautious of having that special tax levy to them, though within the municipal tax base currently, the remainder of those costs are going towards those.
Yeah, see, yeah, I understand that, but right now, if you go ahead and let's say at $3, and then there's a shortfall of 800,000 or 600,000, you're saying now, or 800,000, that 800,000 going on the general tax levy. All right, that general tax levy encompasses industrial, commercial, and everything else. You know, where you go ahead and separate it, then all of a sudden it's not on this. So therefore, that's like amalgamation. If your cost per unit is this much, you would disperse that cost per unit over this much, it's that much smaller. So wait, I mean, we could go around this all the time until you guys work the numbers, then we'll see.
Yeah, Councilor Hicks. Yeah.
Through your worship, Christy, the number 7,354 is residential units
with dwellings.
So it's not.
And sorry, that was the last year's, it might be slightly different, but
Sure,
yes.
there could be 12 more on there, but just for the sake of, okay. How many tax bills?
Yeah, how many tax bills totally in the whole municipality? Just ballpark.
I think we're in the 8,000.
Oh, so there's 7,000 residents and there's only 8,000 tax bills total? Oh, that's okay.
So it's not.
I thought it'd be a bigger differential.
I'd have to confirm that number.
All right,
I don't know.
okay.
I don't. Forgive me. I don't know those numbers off the top of my head just yet. I will soon.
I just need to recap. I'm going to blame it on my cold. Right now, we're looking at implementing something on the taxes in July for half the year. A special tax levy of what, 250? That's what we want to see the numbers as, 250 or $3.
I think we see the numbers at 250. I think we see the numbers at $3.
Okay.
And then the supplementary bag tags, we see the numbers at $4 and maybe $4.50. And, but I think it's important that we look at option 1 too as well, to say, how would we fall with a $4 or a $5 bag tag without the stuff going on the taxes? So I think if we look at option A, option B with those specific numbers, and I'm sure that Nicole and Christie, when they're looking at it, if they see another number that makes a whole lot more sense, they could throw that in as well. But if we go with that ballpark area, that should give us a really good indication as to where we're going to fall, where we could fall. I'm hoping.
So if every single resident bought one bag tag at $4, you'd be looking at 1.5 million a year in revenue. One household, one bag per week at $4 a bag.
But we're not going to start with $4.
No, not to start with 4, but just for me, when you run these numbers, if you can clearly define the scenarios so that it's okay. That's what I want to see, and how this number and this number gets us to where we're going to be. And to answer Bill's question where you were talking about landlords, if a landlord in Scarborough receives an envelope and a letter with the tax bill and a handful of bag tags for a property he owns on Dundas Street in Napanee, I would like to think that he would pass that on to his homeowner. Otherwise, there's no change for the guy on the street. His rent hasn't gone up, right? That's actually operating the business, and he's going to pay $4 a week for a bag tag. He's going to go to Circle K and buy his tag, and just like he is now. So that's between the property, or the business owners that are renting are going to follow up with their landlord, because they're going to know that those tags are now $250, and I'll pay you $250 for the tags, right? Rather than $4 at Circle K. That's their problem, not ours.
And they're really,
that's the way I look at it.
Okay.
I mean,
I like what you're saying.
Yeah.
and there's really there's no perfect answer to this.
I got one other little thing on this too.
Go ahead, Councilor.
What about the ones that are opted out of our system? Like, we've got quite a few apartment buildings in Napanee who look after their own garbage. Are they going to come to us and say, okay, I don't participate in your, what are you going to give me to offset?
Nothing.
I think Christie can answer that, I think.
So through you, they would be the multi-residential properties, and they wouldn't be participating in this program. The majority of them already have private bins, and we actually don't collect at anything over that 5 unit.
Okay, right. Okay. Makes sense.
Councilor Hicks.
So through your worship, obviously this isn't something that's going to be shot out of a cannon at the last minute and catch everyone by surprise. There's some change management that has to go on here to inform the public, and there's going to be questions, and
through you, that's why the July date was implemented, to give some time for communication.
Yeah. So it's not going to be a shock when it happens, or if it is, then, well, we can only do so much.
Mr. Pinson.
I think through your worship to count, I think the other thing we have to be conscious of, and this is the reason why we want to be very clear in terms of what our strategy is around financing, is that if the decision is to subsidize bag tags to $2.5 million, we have to take $500,000 at a program. Right? Because we can't keep continuing just to pretend the money's there and pretend there's revenues there, and then end up at the end of the year and go, why did we end up here? Right? So we either increase revenue somewhere else to make it up, or we have to find $500,000. But to pretend, I don't mean to say that in a pejorative sense, but to say we're going to keep it at $3 a bag tag and to lose $800,000 and just put that in the budget without finding $800,000 would be irresponsible.
Absolutely.
So we'll have to go back, and as this goes, we'll have to find which is a large chunk of money to find. So that's kind of the sober second thought. We have to make sure that we're doing things appropriately.
Deputy Mayor Calver.
I'm just trying to figure out how I want to word this. How many tax bills get mailed out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, roughly just over 8,000. I just confirmed with my tax clerk.
Okay. So what would the numbers look like if we just forgot about adding any levy and just increase it to $4 or $4.50 a bag tag straight across? What would that do?
I think those are the numbers that girls are gonna bring back, I think.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
because I've got so many different numbers myself running around.
So through you on slide 43, that those yellow lines there show where we would get for the various prices based on the current number or the average 5-year average of bag tag sales. So if we increased without doing anything else, increased the price of a bag tag to $4, this doesn't account for people then reducing their bags because of the increase in cost or future waste diversion. But we would look to receive about $900,000. And again, the curbside collection budget itself for this year is 1.3 million. So we would still be underfunding that program.
And I, like I say, I think that, so that would be option number one. I think both Nicole and Christy come back with maybe $4 a bag tag, $4.50 a bag tag, even go as high as $5, even though we're getting to that tipping point, at least to give us an idea of what the numbers look like, I think, right? So. Counselor, no. Anything else?
Garbage is always messy.
There's never, ever an easy conversation when we talk about garbage. It just doesn't exist, so. Okay, where are we at now? I think we're at the tail end. Do we have?
Yes, so
yeah,
that
go ahead,
solid waste was the end of our slides. So that essentially is the end of our presentation, unless there's other general discussion that we need to have.
Is there other, I guess, do we want to get into the conversation? What time we got here? We got a few minutes before an hour.
I think as we sort of do this on the fly, we should have a general discussion around some of those items because the budget, the expenditures, we should talk about a couple of those debt items and then what that looks like from a general tax increase perspective, irrespective and understanding that waste management is going to be a bit of a variable. So if I can just go at a high level, and Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong, what we did in terms of, you saw the high level revenues, taxation, and other revenues coming to about $20 million. And then what we're doing for expenditures in each one of those different departments. If you go to option B in your chart, you'll come to, let's get down to budgeted results from operations. So we've walked through that, and I think we understand that we owe council some details. Has everybody caught up with me? I'm just want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay.
42.
Slide 42, the one that's up on the screen right now.
Okay, thanks.
So I think we understand as staff, we're going to come back to you with some of the contracted materials numbers so that you understand what's in each one of those departments. So as we drill down. But from a high level concept in terms of what we are looking for from a directional standpoint when we come back to you, because at some point in time we have to get this done. If we were to assume that all those numbers you saw in contracted services and materials and personnel are ones that you would agree with, and I don't think there's anything in there that's, once you see it, are going to be too contentious. We get down to budgeted results from operations, then you look at your long-term debt, that's your SPC, and there's some roads work, I think, in there that we that's at 895. The 400,000, which is Advance Avenue, which will be debentured at 4.3, correct? 4.3. I've asked Nicole to go and look at, try and get something that's relatively manageable such that as we start to sell land, we can pay that debt down with the intent of minimizing that cost to the taxpayer. So you're at 1.295 million in financing, understanding that some of that debt comes off next year. So this year's a bit of a blip. So you're looking at a 5.7% tax increase. for general operations. There's nothing going to capital. And there's nothing, a very minor piece going to capital and nothing going into reserves. So I just wanted council to hoist in sort of that is the current year picture with a whole bunch of work that has to be done this year to get us to a better place next. But I wanted to at least get, before we all broke today, hoist in that number and have some discussion around where you think that is and what you think we need to come back with, especially considering if that waste management number were to change. The number you should have in your head is $140,000 equals 1 percentage point. Okay, on a $14 million tax base. So if you say, for example, I can take a $450,000 loss to waste management, that equates to a 3% tax increase. I'm just trying to make the numbers as clear as possible such that we can have, at least at the end of this, a general discussion such that we can go back and say, you know, are we hacking and slashing more, or are we sort of fine tuning numbers? And that's kind of where we are, right? Because we want to get to a point, quite frankly, so we can finalize this and then start working on 2024 with a common understanding of where we need to go. That's all I have, Your Worship.
Yep, thanks. And I think, Mike, did you want to start or?
Yeah, sure. I don't know if I should go to the fence row with 6 feet of rope now or not. So the point is, in 2020, well, this is just information. We had 10.3 million and now we're down to 3.6 million. On top of all that, with the money that has been spent, all right, we have new long-term debt on top of the money that has already been spent and new long-term debt. I just like to have, I probably already have it, so sorry, but I'd like to have it, what we have is long-term debt because we're talking Advanced Avenue and some other construction jobs that were done. I'd like to see what that long-term debt is. What the pay down is, what John was saying on that. The new long-term debt, because apparently to me, it shows to me that we don't have diddly squat left. East Street, and then on top of all the other occurrences, but the money that has been blown through, I should maybe say blown through, but the money that's been spent was astronomical. So therefore, if you could give me all that information or give council all that information, so we can kind of look at that. When it comes to tax rate, what did the county come in at?
They come back to us at 4.7 to 4.9, but it's leaning fairly heavily to 4.9 as opposed to the 4.7.
So that's
just under 5%.
my own personal opinion. We should be around the same. All right. As soon as you get over that 5 is that tipping point. All right. That's my belief. All right. We have an aged population. We have taxes with assessment, this, that, every other thing. I know costs have gone up, but we better start tightening our belt, because when you go through that many millions of dollars in 2 years and now what we've got left, that's just my point. I feel if you're around the same way as municipality, is it palatable? Yes. As soon as you get over that 5, the palatability kind of wanes really quick. So how you do it, how it isn't did it. I didn't put the municipality in this position, but we better figure a way to straighten the boat out and get it running in the right direction. So
could I just?
that's just.
So just so that we're clear on a couple of things. So Advance Avenue, if you go back to staff report, was always going to be borrowed. A certain amount. The difference was from reserves, right?
Okay.
So realistically, the true incremental cost from where we thought we were would be the financing charges at 4.5%.
That's correct.
Right? So the sooner we can sell the land, the sooner we can pay it off. So guessing, man, maybe $150,000 over 3 years might be the cost. I don't know. I'm sort of plucking that number out, right? So that's the piece I wanted to mention to that respect. And that was it.
The other thing is like our discussion earlier, John, if we have anybody that's interested in any of the industrial land, we have to, if they're in any type of business, our expenses increase, we have to increase our revenue. That's the reason why I'm just throwing out ideas, and I know some babies looking at me like I've got four heads. If we can figure out a way to, you know what I mean, accept some, you know, on some properties, or we can save, you know, on gravel costs, or some of the things that you're saying, John, that you want to go through. What is feasible? What can we do quickly? What can we do for our bank, for what we have in, if any possible way, when you're in this type of position, we got to start saving our pennies and nickels to see what we can come up with. That's all. That's, you know what, let's just think positive.
And the other point that I forgot when I was speaking was, we knew we were going to be here, but we thought it was going to be next year.
Yeah.
So that's one point. And I just want to be careful with language. We didn't blow through the money. We
That's
spent,
why I corrected
right?
myself.
And we did spend it on requirements for the municipality. The fact is, we probably got ahead of ourselves a little bit. So I just don't want to give the wrong impression that we just sort of.
No, that's why I.
Because we
I
did get
corrected
value for
the
that
blow
money.
part.
Okay.
I just wish I would have blown by. No, I wish I could spend money.
Is there anybody else that, and I think, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
Thank you, through your worship. I just would like to see if we're coming back with some new numbers and such. Maybe we can come back with everything that was just talked about. Could I just have a little side note off to the side as to how much more it would cost us to get that one more full-time firefighter? Can that just be a little side note to it, to say how much of a tax increase is it gonna be to have that extra person?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that wouldn't be a problem. It's pretty easy to factor in. So we can we'll run the scenarios, and then we can have a sidebar with, here's the incremental cost of one additional fire staff.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Calvert.
Be great if we could get somewhere around the 5% and then do some more cuts somewhere to actually be able to put some money in reserves, because I think these numbers here we're showing is not putting any in the reserves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And we need to somehow figure a way to put some money in reserves, or we're not gonna get anywhere here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there, I know people are going to yell at me, but there are brighter days ahead. And I really feel that. You know, the next few weeks and months are going to be tight, but I see some really good things coming. And I really think that there are going to be brighter times ahead. It's just, I think we need to scrape everything down to the bone and keep everything where it is right now until those times come. So, and I honestly believe they will. But you're right, and I agree with the deputy mayors, is that we can't continue not to put money into reserves. We need to have money put into reserves. So how we do that, whether we do it through taxation, whether we do it through the sale of land, whether we do it through whichever other means, you know, I think that's important, right? So, Councilor Shank.
All I'm saying is that's the reason why we should put every avenue that we could possibly do, get our industrial base growing, get those jobs in, get that industrial park that we have up there. If we have somebody that's interested in it, we gotta shake that tree to get it, rather than going to Kingston or Belleville or anywhere else. You know what I mean? They're in competition with us. We're in competition with them. Let's, you know, if we can sell a chunk of it and get something else and get employment, get other stuff, we have to increase our revenue side.
Very, very much so. Yeah. Councilor Martin.
I just want to say, Councilor Pennell is, I think he's 100% right. We've got to figure out how we can pay for that extra firefighter, because I do think, you know, firefighting, healthcare, policing, those three things are major things in life. Everything else we can kind of work around, I think, but fire protection is extremely important, and everything the chief said makes perfect sense to me. So I'm hoping that we can do something, like we're talking about figures and coming back with figures. I'd also like to make sure that we can fit that in there, the one extra firefighter.
let's not.
So
forget-
let's not come back and then say, well, we got to come back again. I'm just saying, can we try to,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can definitely, we'll bring that information back with those scenarios.
okay.
We will come back with, I think, probably some scenarios that'll get us to the end, I would think at this point, right? So, but the other thing we got to remember too is we can't forget about physician recruitment. If there's one thing we need as badly as doctors, we need, or as firemen, we need doctors.
Well, that's why I threw that in there, because we're allocating 0 right now for physician recruitment. And that's another important thing in our community right now. And it's what everybody's concerned about right now.
So hopefully we don't have to make too many tough decisions.
No, because you're going to lose a lot of sleep.
Counselor Hicks,
When are we meeting again?
that was going to be our next question. I guess what, according to our agenda, we have the opportunity to set up our next budget meeting, and I guess it's all going to be contingent on how Nicole can put some numbers together, and we don't want to leave it too long, but we also don't want to push you into a time crunch either, Nicole, so.
Through your worship, staff have been, if we're okay, if everybody's okay with we met on Tuesday and then we met again on Thursday. March 30th is the day that we're looking at tentatively.
And will that
Yep.
give Nicole lots of time to sort out everything we've talked about today?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Does that give council enough time to review agendas?
March 30th.
That's what we're looking at, March 30th, Deputy Mayor, so so it'll be 2 weeks from today then. And hopefully we are closer to the end than we were at the start of the day today, so I'm hoping.
So again, through your worship, our hope would be that we would end that day with something that we could issue a public notice on with intention to adopt the next time it comes back in front of council. We do still need to do our mandatory public notice period.
March 30th? Yep, go ahead, Mike.
I just want everything clear. So what is everybody's thoughts about the percentages? I've heard 5%. I'm, anything below 5, you know what I mean? What does everybody else think? So they have some guidance to go by, not,
I'll weigh in next, or I can let everybody else go. Go ahead, Councilor Martin.
For me, I think it's got to be below 5. I know 4.9 and 5 sounds, but it's just like 99 cents or 199. I think the 9's important. 4.9, I hate to even see it that high, but I can recognize the fact that we've got a situation we got to deal with. So I'm hoping for less than 5.
I think we all are. And again, I was part of the group that was hoping that everything could come in at 2.95.
Yeah.
Knowing and realizing that was just a pipe dream at this point, right? I guess my opinion is that when I look, and it's very difficult, and I think Councillor Shank said it earlier, I don't want to get into comparing what everybody else is, but the numbers with respect to tax increases in this area and beyond are all over the ice. You've got some that are coming in around the 3%. I think Prince Edward County is coming in at 8 and change. Toronto, I think, was 10 or 11%. So it's obviously this time of year and the situation that this province and this country is in is very volatile, and you're going to get numbers all over the place. Anywhere in that 5 to 5.5 range, I think we're in an amicable position to make that happen. Knowing fair well that there are certain needs that we have to have, and we still got to run the corporation, right? So, I wouldn't want to be anything much. If we're over 5.5, I wouldn't want to be over that 5.5, and obviously anything under that is going to be a win. But we just have to make sure that we can still run the corporation, do what we want to do in that range. So that's kind of where I'm at anyway, so. If Mayor Calvert?
Yeah, so basically the way I understood it, if you want to bring in another full-time fireman, from what I can see in your chart there, it's about 0.7% for a tax increase for that one fireman. So I don't know how we're supposed to get down below 5, bring in a fireman. I mean, we got some big numbers to work with, but we're gonna make it work. And
1%, I think Mr. Pinton said 1% is about $140,000. So 0.7 or 0.75% or 0.7, you're looking at just over 100,000. I'm guessing 104,000. So those are the numbers that realistically what we're looking at. Go ahead, Mike.
See, our assessment base is so small, so 1% is 140,000. The county raises what? 1% is 330.
That's right.
Yeah, 330,000 and 1%. That's the reason why the percentages are all skewed. Is 1%. The city of Toronto probably raises 20 million. You know what I mean? So the problem is the smaller you are, the worse the pain. I mean, you have a same type of house here, and you put it in Toronto, you probably pay 1/3 of the taxes. All right, because they get such a huge assessment base. That's why I'm pushing, trying to get as much industrial base as we can here, because that will offset some of the residential. I just wanted to know what the viewpoints are, so staff can go ahead and say, okay, all of council feels that, you know, low 5, 5.2 or whatever, because I'm putting myself in John's perspective saying, well, guys, we got to cut 70 grand. So where's it going to be done? This is what they want also, but they want the cherry on top of it. So, you know what I mean? Some give some guidance saying, hey, this is what it is to come in with this at the same time.
And I think it's important we give that range, and that range isn't 2%. That range be within
that's something
1/4%, maybe, maybe at best a half, but 1/4%. So that I think that's kind of what we're looking for, where we want to go with it.
So a lot of us live in Napanee as well, right? So we're nobody wants to raise taxes, but at the end of the day, we got to run a business. So I think the last takeaway, and we're in and around 5%, we'll play around the margin. But the last thought I want to leave with council is we're doing this relatively quickly, right? We're in a position, we're gonna muck around with some numbers and make some, hack and slash. I think the decision for council as we go through 2023 is really looking at service standards, right? Where do you want to be on the spectrum of we're really good at something, or it's good enough just to be average at something? And what are those services we provide to residents? And that's where you start fundamentally turning the dial on your expense and potentially on your revenue meter. So the easiest one to pick at, and I'm not picking on anybody specifically, is the easy one is snow plowing, right? Jeff, do you want it cleared in 3 hours at X price, or do you want it cleared in 6 hours? And I'm oversimplifying things. But as we get into the next round, we're going to start looking at different levels of service and what it means to change the cost curve. Those are more difficult discussions to have. So this is probably the easiest one that you'll have, because we're not mucking around service standards.
Don't get me wrong, John. I totally, yes, I think it's a valid point, and it's something that should be worked. But I live on the Bay Shore Road, and you can ask the residents there, we're the last ones to get plowed. Right, Jeff?
It was a bad one to pick, but it's
so you picked on Jeff, so I'm going, holy jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's not there.
I'm not, it's just an easy one to pick.
They're not.
We've got some work to do, right?
For the amount of roads that they got to do, because when it was just a Dobbstown, when I ran the snowplow, did it only a couple of times, took me 4.5 hours just to do it once. But that was the year that Bob went ahead and was really bad, and I ran it. Took 32 mailboxes off in the road. And I was giving her. So, but all I'm saying is I understand, Jeff, where you're coming from, but I live on the Bay Shore Road, and is the last one.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in with respect? Go ahead, Councilor Purnell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. To the deputy mayor's comment about the firefighter. That's why I'd like to see it off to the side so that we can weigh in the pros and the minuses on that. I think that once we get to see what all the contract services are, it's probably going to all make sense to us. With zero going to capital, And then we're looking at this operational. I think that it's a pretty tight budget now. So I can't really see it being moved by much, but if whatever you can do would be fantastic. But I also don't want to be bombarded with phone calls. Let me rephrase that. Don't want to have added phone calls because we took service deliveries away from our non-surface treated roads because we didn't want to hit a 5.7 because we want 4.99. Right. I want a realistic budget. And I know that there's people sitting in this room right now that will say to us, I can make it whatever you want, but it's just what you're not going to get. And that's not feasible for us because what we don't get today or this year, we're going to have to pick up on the back end of next year. So I just want to make that known to everybody sitting in this room that I would appreciate any movement that you can give me, but I also understand that if you can't. Thanks.
Yeah, great, thanks. Okay. Anything else? Good discussions today. Oh, sorry, yeah. Go ahead.
I think we can do anything we set our mind to. If we set our mind to get things in order, I think we can reach the 4.99, 4.95 and get the extra firefighter as well. I think we can do it. We just have to put our nose to the grindstone and do it.
Okay. Is there anything else? I guess I'm going to say we had some pretty good discussions today and some good discussions with respect to waste management. Like I said, there's some things that we talk about that just there's no right answers and there never ever will be. So I appreciate that. So if there's nothing else, then we do it. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Worship. Just through you one more time before we wrap this up. I just want to appreciate everybody's hard work on this because, you know, the mayor says he lays awake at night thinking about this, and I'm quite sure that everybody else here has had to have tiring times as well putting this together because it is a hard one. So it's never a good discussion, but I appreciate everybody's work. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Sorry, appreciate that. So,
Councilor, sorry, I might have missed it. What is the time of the meeting on the 30th?
So, sorry, through your worship, that hasn't been established yet. That's actually the next motion we'd like you to make once you make a motion and don't receive this presentation.
Okay.
I move that.
Look for motion to note and receive the amended in the 2023 draft operating budget and to provide council any direction to staff regarding the 2023 draft operating budget. Moved by Councillor Nori, seconded by Deputy Mayor Calver. Any further comments, questions, or concerns? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Next budget meeting. We've decided on the 30th of March, 2023. Madam Clerk, will we be looking at another 11 o'clock start?
Through your worship, the only reason we did that today was because we had a pre-existing commitment till 10:30. So it's if council wants to try just for an afternoon or for just a morning, it's.
What works best for everybody? I'm good with either morning or the 11 o'clock start. I'm hoping that we've done a lot of the heavy lifting up till now, so it shouldn't take too long, but you never know. So it's always better to start earlier, I guess. So Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comment just on that was that it's always better for myself to have a morning so that we can get it done. And I know I can be here on time because in my day it could change. So I would really appreciate an earlier start if we could.
Earlier than 11. Yeah. It's, how's everybody else figure? Same thing?
I'm good with anything.
Yeah, maybe about a 9 o'clock start. Does that work? Yeah, go ahead, Ange.
Mike has an issue with 9.
Okay. 11 or 10, Mike?
All I'm saying is the early, I work for a living still, so.
Yeah.
By the time I get the hired guys going, get everybody else going, get around the business going, and then to take off, you know what I mean? If it's 10 o'clock any earlier, if I can make it, I'll make it. If I can't, because I gotta look after my business first. So.
No. And that's why we want to sort this out. So 10 or, I mean, I'm good with 11. I think we can put this thing together before 4 o'clock on the 30th.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're at that stage now where I think we can make this work. So 10 o'clock?
Because just meet halfway, you know what I mean? Like if
10
some of the
o'clock.
people want earlier, if you want
Yep.
10, that gives me.
If that
know,
gives you enough time and it gives everybody else enough time, then I'm good with it as well.
gives
So
me
10 o'clock on the.
4.5 hours, so that's good.
We will. So moved by Counselor Pennell, seconded by Counselor Hicks. If there's no further comments, questions or concerns, all in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Look for a motion for, to confirm the proceedings with respect to a bylaw, moved by Counselor Shank, seconded by Counselor Pennell. If there's no questions, comments or concerns, read a first, second, and finally passed this 16th day of March, 2023. All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Motion for adjournment, moved by Counselor Martin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Calver. No comments, questions or concerns, all in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. Thanks, folks. It's been a very productive day and thanks for, thanks.